All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to episode 14 of the Northern Winds. If you're new here, well, good luck. And if you are a returning viewer, you're pretty neat. Welcome. Episode 14, and it's gonna be great because we have new faces in familiar places. Because if I switch to this scene, like a professional, you guys can now see the beautiful people that we're gonna play with, as well as the new face.
The new face.
The new face. The new face.
Me, isn't it?
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Welcome to the show. Good morning, how are you doing?
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
It's me, the new boy. I'm new to the... I didn't realize this was episode 14. I thought this was episode 1. What's going on here?
Yeah, sorry.
Surprise!
So I missed 13 weeks of this.
Oh yeah, you're in
I showed up really late.
Yeah, you
Well-
sorry, you came in at a bad time.
Technically, you didn't miss anything, because you were always there.
I think you missed the trees though, the awakening trees. That whole story arc. I think we've moved past that.
No, we didn't. They're still there. They're still there.
Okay, good.
The druid still roams.
You missed the part where Sam's characters get one shot, like all the time, just completely missed that part, so...
Yeah, like he has two characters that were both killed by massive damage.
Yeah, just one shot, just literally.
First death and the third death. So welcome to the Northern Winds.
Well, I mean, that's literally, I think, what is going to happen to me. That is my biggest fear.
Push Sam's
Just-
character.
Don't be an idiot. You're good. You know, if there's a 60-foot golem fey-infused erecting from the ground and you're gonna stand in front of it and not run, yeah, well, you may suffer the consequences. Right? Anyway, let us just do what we always do. What is commonplace here at the beginning of the stream? We'll just do some introductions, you know, who you are, what you do, and such. And I'll guess we'll start with the new boy, the new face, to get that out of the way.
Yeah, throw me under the bus.
Yes, I am.
Sure. Hello, I'm Brad Woto, and I on Twitch. I'm Brad Woto on Twitch, and I do D&D stuff mostly on my channel. So, if you enjoy more D&D at an earlier time than what for me is 11 p.m., then yeah, that's pretty much all I do. Other than that, I'm in the background of like PewDiePie videos. There's just that other voice that no one cares about. That's also me. That's the other thing that I am known for, I guess. Yeah, I'm here with a new hat today. So anybody who does know who I am will not recognize this hat, but it's because my character has red hair. Spoilers, that's why. That's what I went for there. That's about it. Hopefully I will do the show justice because it's good shit, and I'm happy to be here. So thanks for inviting me along, Ace.
Alright, well, happy to have you. And we'll introduce your character as we start, as we have to reintroduce it to all the characters that are already known. And I guess we'll just start at the top left then, Mr. Bobby.
What's up, guys? Ironchefbobbyflail. I was literally just about to say I played Davrick, but I'm not playing Davrick. I'm playing Strongwalker. I guess we'll find out what class he is in a little bit, but I am so excited to be back this week. I got to work on the character there a couple nights ago with Brad and Ace. We were there for a couple hours. It was fucking awesome. I had a blast. I can't wait to get into this. I'm not gonna talk forever. I can't wait to get this going. Let's get a sweet segue off to.
Well, it's actually the other side. If you were a professional, you would have known that. But yeah. No, speaking of being professional, hi, my name is Ace. No, what's up, Mr. Stram, Mr. Swargula, Mr. Mord?
Well done. What is up, everybody? I am Sam. I am Swargula. I am also playing Mort here. I play Dungeons and Dragons like 4 days a week, and I complain about politics and other non-Dungeons and Dragons games the other 3 days of the week, as well as Kickstarter, as Zcotticus knows. A great complaint about Kickstarter the other day. Also a good complaint about Trump the other day. And soon complaining about Roll20. I am compiling another outline of complaints. But that's all.
No, Roll20 is amazing. All hail our overlords. Don't fuck this with me, man. Don't fuck me here.
No, they can fuck me. It's fine.
Maybe you're part of my campaign.
Well, I mean, they'll just make me roll crit fails. It's
Okay.
fine.
No, I'm pretty sure
Not
all your
randomly
charisma rolls are
generated
fails.
die Anyway. Yeah, that's it. I stream at Swargula. I tweet at Swargula. YouTube at Swargula TV. I made that as confusing as possible to fuck up the most of you. And Mort. And Mort is awesome. That's it. I'm excited.
All right. And then we also have a Zcotticus. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Zcotticus. I play video games and stuff, and like to dabble in some Dungeons and Dragons here and there. I'm pretty excited to see what's in store this week. 2 new characters coming in fresh. Mort's still level 1, right?
Dos.
He's level 2.
I hit level 2 sessions.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so it should be a pretty interesting. Things are interesting in the Northern Winds world, and to tell you about that, I'll just pass it off to Ace.
All right. Well, he passed it off to me. Hi. How are you doing? Come here
That's how
often.
it's done, right, guys? Fucking learn.
What?
Oh, yeah, I'm a
Like,
pleb,
yeah, see,
don't
like
worry.
he's a professional broadcaster. Yeah.
I'm a professional pleb.
Yeah, you're a professional variety broadcaster. How's your GTA going, right?
Just GTA.
I literally just drive around in cars all day long. Just shoot people.
Fake cars that are in a video game. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Oh,
Real
yeah.
cars would be cooler.
Oh yeah.
No.
Oh, totally. Way better. Well, you're
Yeah.
not shooting, but it'd be cool,
Because,
cool
you
to
know,
drive around.
just everybody
Then
likes
you'd
to
be
be
kind
in...
of demon.
Whatever. Anyway, go follow these beautiful people here. We have links in the chat that will occasionally come by to their Twitch channels. Make sure to hit that follow button. If you do like the show, make sure to come back every Monday. And yeah, I also run a variety cast every single day, or at least I try to. I've been sick the last couple of days, so that's been very flaky, very sporadic, but feeling a little bit better now, so the return is imminent. And beyond that, we probably should also return to the Northern Winds. Segway. Anyway. God, that was on point though. That was on point. Deal with it.
Yeah, I agree. I enjoyed that one.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, that was good. That was.
Yeah. My
that was-
segues are on fleek if I want to appeal to like the 14-year-olds under us.
Too old for that word.
Yeah, I still don't understand why fleek would be considered. Anyway, I'm old. Hi. You guys are ready. You guys are ready to rock and roll.
I can't wait.
Yeah, you good? All right. Since we have a new player, I think a bit of a small introduction may be required. A reintroduction to the world, and a bit of a recap of what has happened. All right.
Previously on the Northern Winds.
No. So, let us begin. For about over four and a half years ago, the Kingdom of Maron sought to expand their grounds as they pretty much owned the entire continent. It was under their ruling, and either in the name of greatness or greed, the lines are blurred sometimes, they sought to expand and they chose the north, to go north to a new continent at all, and they decided to go there and to settle there. Once you cross the sea and are met by large cliffs that pretty much tell you that you're not welcome, which should have already been an indicator of what is to come, they decided to settle on this conveniently cliff-based peninsula, which provided a wonderful defensive position in a land unknown, with the rich soil of these highlands, temperate hills, reminiscent of a world known from a different place, like Scotland Hill in the Highland. They flourished within the first year. However, the second year, it kind of went all downhill, if you wish. People started dying in these more aggressive attacks from nature itself, animals defending their territory as the civilization was expanding and sought to find more footholds within the highlands. Beyond that, once reinforcements were sent and this kept happening, they decided to increase their defenses, build a wall, build a gate. At great loss, not completely unexpected, but surprising nonetheless. In the 2 to the 3rd year of this settlement, people started disappearing for no apparent reason. Just individuals that decided to go for a stroll at night, never to return. People became frightened and decided to go back, and after sustaining multiple losses that were unexpected and unjustifiable by the Kingdom of Iran, they decided to cut ties after calling it a failed investment. Also not willing to invest in making sure that everyone came back in one piece. Leaving about, after 2 to 3 years, leaving about 400 to 500 people behind. And that's where we are right now. In the fourth year has passed. In the 4th year, the city started to flourish again. They overcame the obstacles of the aggressive nature. They had precautions like lockdowns at night to prevent people from roaming into the wild alone. And that's where we are at, until the adventurers came after the 4th year. And ever since, this place hasn't quite been the same. In the very short time, the adventurers decided to come back to this place in the name of fame, fortune, or just a morbid curiosity. They have angered a druid to the point of sieging. A 60-foot golem, Fey-infused golem, has been starting to wander the highlands. Many deaths have fallen to animated trees. We have seen the undead rise below the city. And many guards that once defended the city have fallen in due process. Nonetheless, the adventurers have been kind to the city as well, as they have upgraded several establishments. Perhaps for the greater good, perhaps for their own personal gain. But that is, yeah, their reasoning, not mine. But that's where we are right now. That's kind of what happened in very broad terms. And quickly. So, beyond that, I think it's time to get into the thick of things. A couple of days ago, let's say 2 or 3 days ago, a well-known individual amongst the city who started to build some shape of a reputation for himself after giving himself infamy, if you will, was fallen, or in battle against overwhelming odds, against a group of dire wolves. Davrik, unfortunately, is no longer with us. However, Liara and Ozzy were able to survive, partially because Ozzy is small enough to hide under a cart, and Liara had enough stamina to make it to the town without having to slow down. Since then, a couple of days have passed. Some may still be mourning, some may have moved beyond it. A ship, in the meantime, has arrived as well, a large ship, a rare sight for the city, but not completely unheard of. Usually it's Bolthik or Ulrich that sends for a large ship of rare supplies, or just Eve perhaps buying much required necessities for the city to keep it running with the gold that they have collected over the time. But that city, the ship is now in the harbor. It's anchored a little bit outside of the harbor, actually. They arrive with just small fishing boats. People are getting picked off because the waters next to the city itself are a little bit too... they're not deep enough to support a large boat itself. And that's where we are at right now. Everyone wakes up. It's first line. It's like 7, 8 a.m. at this point. The weather is still chilly. And as you look outside the window, if you go outside, you notice that there's significantly less snow. It hasn't snowed for the last 2 or so days. Most of the snow has melted. Like, there's a lot of remnants of snow, like snowbanks and such. But the vast majority of paths are pretty much clear at this point. There is some ice that may cause you to fall if you don't watch out, but it seems that the worst of these winter days, the snow days, are over. It seems to be coming to an end. And you guys are free to do as you wish.
Okay. Well, just a quick question. Around what time does the boat arrive in the morning?
The boat has been here for about 2 to 3 days. Like the boat pretty much arrived like a day after Davrik's passing. It was already a boat that was on the way with a shipment.
Okay.
So that's where we're at.
Mort in the downtime has been spending most of his time acquiring clients / patients to administer health to at a cheaper price than magical health. And mostly it's advice. And usually that's more or less a psychiatrist.
Would you mind turning your volume just a smidge down? Just a tiny smidge? Alright, so you have been trying to get people to advise them and just make sure they take good care of themselves.
Kind of just like helping people out, be like, oh, you have a cough. No need to spend your money on a potion of healing. I lost his voice apparently. And then I just go, I can remedy that with a couple of plants found in the woods.
Alright. Make a persuasion check for me. Oh, my rolls are gone. Hold on.
Buzzinga.
There you go.
Fuck.
Alright, as expected, like you have been trying to talk to a lot of individuals in the city, like you have been trying to like also teach them about your god and such. So a lot of people that know of you kinda already resent you. Your abrasiveness as of late has put them at odds with you. In addition to that, you are a bit of a stranger compared to Aoth, for example, that tends to keep track of that. Also, now that Anna has arrived and has been guiding some of the people that seek health and such, you have a very hard time getting anybody to take you serious or even remotely acknowledge you at this point.
Been Mort's life up until now. And he's just like going back and forth. If possible, he would be helping out Anna, as Mort does have a somewhat decent knowledge as far as like scientific listings of plants.
All right, yeah,
you can at least be the bus, like the stock boy.
All right, yeah, you probably like after you once again were just finding yourself having so much difficulty connecting to the people. You probably ended up with Anna just, you know, doing whatever work she would give you, which she gladly accepted out of a necessity because she needs to focus on getting those stones investigated and figured out that that the previous parties brought back, including yourself. So she's kind of familiar with you, so she doesn't too mind if you help out with, like, you know, indeed some of the herbs, getting them all
so
grinded.
Mort is like herbalist smock. He's like traded off his black like cloak of plague doctors for like an herbalist smock, and he goes like without the mask anymore, and the mask is like off on the side, like hanging up in the back. And he's just kind of like helping new customers, and he like comes up and like helps him out, and he places herbs and dries them out on the walls.
Yeah, exactly. You've been doing very basic level herbalism stuff. You know, trying to sell people indie herbs that may help against some ailments like the flu. Like, it has been snowy. People have been getting the sniffles and, you know, some bronchitis left and right.
I don't need the money. I'm just like doing the job as like it's a science experiment of itself. Like, Mort, this is his first real job after his parents cut off the college fund money. So he's like, this is my first job after college, and he like starts like doing all of these things.
And you just help out. Like, you don't earn a lot of money with it. It pretty much covers most of your living expenses. Because, like, she is not in a state of, like, giving a lot of money anyway. Because she still has to set up her shop. And she hasn't been able to sell a lot of things because she has been so focused on trying to investigate those rocks and such, as she has prioritized that before doing anything else. So you're just about able to cover your living expenses. And that's kind of what you do, you know, stay out of people's way, but still having that curiosity somewhat quelched. Alright, and then you probably find yourself in the inn at some point for breakfast after waking up in one of the rooms, presumably, as you don't have a place here. And
They're
yeah,
all
as you
working out.
we'll get to that in just a second. And as you go into the inn, like, you know, you hear familiar music playing, like every now and then there's like a lute player in the corner, who is just doing his own thing. trying to just get some coins. He's playing like a very soft, relaxing melody. It's early. Sometimes you see him at night during the feasts, and he's just living off tips and such. Familiar face, nothing special so far. And let's go to Liera. You have had a rough couple of days.
Yeah, like since the passing of Davrik, Liara's been pretty much just like resting and sleeping because she was physically exhausted and grieving. So she's pretty much spent like 99% of her time in her room, just in bed.
Which isn't it also?
Yeah, she's not been up for any socializing or anything like that.
Right. Well, yeah, which probably would have been better as well because of the affliction that still bothers you. Speaking of which, I want you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, let's get this. I'm not proficient, but I'm pretty good. Oh, pretty good.
that's pretty good. Yes, the first natural 20. All right, yeah, like because of you, not excessive resting, but you take good care of yourself. You don't need any support from Ella. She does, however, may have sold you, or at least Mort might have actually given you some sedatives for the pain and just something to help with that general stiffness. But beyond that, you don't need like a magical spell to cast. You are able to actually find yourself. It's like this soft, continuous pressure pain you feel, but nothing that would put you out of order, out of business, or like slow you down. Anything. It's something you can handle just fine.
Yeah. The emotional pain, though, still quite potent. She kind of blames herself a little bit, and she also kind of blames someone else. But we'll maybe get into that when the situation comes to it.
All right.
If it arises.
And yeah, and since you after a couple of days of resting, a couple of days of keeping to yourself, you find yourself you just need some fresh air. You need some change of scenery. The four walls of your living space are kind of bothering yourself now, so you just go to the inn to perhaps see some familiar faces, and that's where you are right now. You do find Mort enjoying some breakfast. You two hear the soft sounds of a familiar face. Like, you are more familiar with the lute player because you've been here for about 2 years now. So It's strange that he's here. That's the first thing that noticed. Like, it's strange because he tends to be at the evenings. It's a lot more crowded, a lot more tips. But he's playing in the corner, nonetheless. And it doesn't really bother you. It's nice tunes. He's a good player.
Yeah, she chooses not to sit next to Mort. She didn't get along with him until the last time she met him. She's not in the best of moods, so to kind of wake up properly and clear her mind, she sits near to wherever Eden is, and gets some breakfast and just kind of hangs out, tries to wake up a little bit and shake off the past few days.
Yeah, he didn't understand. Like, he wasn't actually aware that Davrik had died until like a day or two after the fact. But now that he knows, he doesn't really say much. He just kind of gives you this acknowledging nod and just gives you the regular stuff that you normally order to get you on your way and just leave you to your own devices. Like I said, about the day after Davrik's passing, a shipment arrived. A shipment that included several just stockpiles of much needed supplies for the general store, some supplies for the new herbalist. Eve had some particular requests as well. I think even Radulf made some much needed requests to improve perhaps the defenses or just the overall gear of the guard, or buy more gear to perhaps be ready for when more people will join the guard perhaps one day. As much was destroyed or damaged in one of the older sieges of the city. But supplies is not the only thing. There's this massive ship that's now just outside the city that it's brought. It brought also several individuals that are here to seek out fame, fortune, and whatever you may have it. As word has been traveling back and forth, people have been communing with people back at the Kingdom of Iran. You know, Baltic can actually talk to people back at the Ironclaw clan, and I can commune with the Druids back home. Even messages can be sent back and forth if you know how and if you have the right magic to do so. So word does travel. Some merchants, some just curious individuals, as well as a very large fucker that comes out of one of the fishing boats that has been traveled from the main boat, the main large ship. He has been kind of roaming and getting familiar with the territory for the last 2 days or so. As he now sits, as he wakes up, he comes down from the tavern like a 7'11" large, giant-looking figure, stomps down the staircase.
Yep. Can we? Yeah. So I was actually going to do a slightly different thing of coming down the stairs, or as opposed to just coming down the stairs. His name's Strongwalker, and he did say big, massive guy. That's not a lie. He is a Goliath. I'm a full 7'11", 7'11". I'm a massive, massive beast of a man. He comes all the way from across from the waters. He came over on the fishing boat, and he's based from a savage tribe, and basically as a rite of passage, coming of age, he was the one who was basically deemed the most physically fit, the best of the tribe of his age group, to come across, or basically to lead the tribe and go out and do like a rite of passage, complete an epic quest to like bring fame to his tribe. So anyway, that's what he's doing. He heard that the city, the establishment, or the place here across the water has been totally just abandoned, and it's been left basically just abandoned by civilization. So he deems that that's going to be a good spot for adventure, and he boarded the boat and he went across, and he would have went to the inn like late at night. He would have scoped out the area. He would have went there pretty late, and I don't know if anybody would have been awake, and he would have been pretty much just stayed up in his room because he's pretty like he likes to keep to himself. But that morning, I guess he wakes up. He hears the music playing downstairs. He hears some activity, and he's gonna start his day by doing some push-ups. But he's a big dude, as I said. He's like 7'11". So he takes like the full size of the room. He lies down on the ground, and he's like 350, almost 400 pounds. And he starts doing these push-ups, but not just regular push-ups. He's doing these massive like jump push-ups. He's thrusting himself up off the ground and then catching himself heavily. So every set or every rep, you just hear this massive thud, like just echo throughout the building. And that's basically how I'm waking up, is just I get up and I'm starting doing my push-ups for the morning.
After a couple of minutes of that continuous thumping sound, you hear a knock on the door. Oi!
I get up and I how tall are these rooms, by the way, Ace? How big are these rooms?
You may like you can just stand in it.
I can just stand. Okay,
just.
So I get up like fairly quickly, and I'm still kind of ducking because I don't trust the height because I'm so close to bumping my head. And I move to the door. Why should I stop?
People are trying to sleep here. As the owner of the establishment, I have to keep everybody in mind. You're a big fella. If you want to make some noise, do it outside.
And with that, he lets out he says basically fuck in giant. Fuck. I don't know what giant, the equivalent of giant to fuck is, but he says this loud booming fuck. And he gets up and he packs his he just leaves his stuff in his room and takes a couple of gold pieces and starts treading downstairs.
Right. I believe in giant it's golly.
Golly?
Golly, yeah, golly.
Golly. Actually, I'm pretty gullible. It could be gullible. I actually was looking up some words in giant earlier, so at some point you're going to hear some actual nerd giant.
Well, as long as you translate, because not everybody speaks giant here.
What a nerd.
Like, and everybody sees this massive giant, this 7'11" individual coming down the stairs shortly after Eden essentially told him to can it. And beyond that, I'm assuming you just go for breakfast. Strong walk goes for breakfast.
Yeah, I'm just like making my way down the stairs fairly slowly. I mean, just really like making sure I'm not gonna bang my head off of anything, because pretty much everything that I've come across, I assume so far in town, is just not really meant for someone of my stature. So yeah, basically just treading down the stairs. I was gonna pull up a seat at the bar, I guess, or at the main place there, and just sit there and order an ale.
Yeah, as you sit down, like you can hear the very simple bar chairs like creak kind of under the sheer weight of your of your being. But yeah, you two just, you get like a bit of a, I'm not saying evil eye, but you get a bit of like this annoyant look by Eden. But he just orders, he prepares your food, which is probably some kind of large meat portion and some ale that you can write off. Which brings us to the newest. Suddenly, perhaps the loot player stops playing in the corner.
Out of curiosity, does the Goliath walk past me?
Like if you're in the corner, like depending on which corner you are, I'm assuming you're like he would
Back to
not
the wall somewhere.
Yeah, he would walk near the bar, so he would be across the room from you.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably back to the wall, loot case open, strumming some fairly light melodic tunes, something to wake people up, something not too heavy to jar people, nothing too like raucous, because it's not like a jig or anything like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm just sort of sitting around. I've probably been a little bit more of a frequent face over the last week than usual. Coming in from the outside, anybody who's seen me probably saw me more around town outside. If I'm playing my loot in a public area, probably, but not so much in the tavern until recently. And I've been showing up, asking the innkeep whether I can play in exchange for just maybe some food or something, probably. And keeping my ear to the ground, for I am, keeping an eye out for some such people who may such be entering the tavern. But yeah, just sort of casually playing songs, but also doing my best to listen to as many conversations about rumors or upcoming quests, perhaps. But yeah, saying thanks very much whenever somebody flips a coin into the loot case. But other than that, probably keeping myself to myself generally.
All right.
I'll take note of the fact that the drumming from upstairs stopped and then the Goliath came downstairs. Because he may or may not have been ruining my perfect morning song there.
You may have been subconsciously, playing a song based on that beat, if you will.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, conversation is lighthearted. Like Liara doesn't talk much. And the barbarian's keeping to himself as well. Yeah, like beyond this, it's up to those who seek to go beyond the wall to find something to do. The more familiar places to go is, of course, the notice board, Ask Eden, Ask Eve, or perhaps other individuals that seek something, or that wish something to be done beyond this point. So, as breakfast is finished, who's going out to find something to do, perhaps? As most individuals that come here to travel beyond the wall have that sole purpose.
I think at the tavern, Mort, looks like he's like reading in the book, head nose deep into a book of study, and looks over at the tavern, what? And double takes and scoots a couple of stools over and sits next to Strongwalker, and I go, excuse me, but from where do you hail? Is it the Eastern Islands?
And Strongwalker is just ignoring him, enjoying his meal.
I look at Manarok, and I like give him the nod, and my familiar raven like bounces across my shoulders and lands on your shoulder and like pecks you in the neck once. And he goes, "Excuse me."
The second the bird pecks me in the neck, I grab it and squeeze it as hard as I can.
And just like it disappears, like you just destroy it. I'm like, my God. I mean, he's fine, really, but I just wanted to know from where you are. Allow me to introduce myself now that I have your attention. My name is Morticus Mordecai. I'm from Iran.
You also hail from Iran.
Yes, you do?
Yes.
The fighting pits on the South Shore?
No.
The shipping crates from Iran's capital?
Do not insult me.
Oh, well, I give you great praise. The fighting pits are well renowned, known throughout Iran.
Well renowned by my people to be filled with pussies.
Well, I mean, if that's your opinion on slaves.
Opinion. And he just keeps eating his meat.
And I like poke you again. I'm like, I'm just curious. Why are you here? You're quite the specimen, to be honest.
And when he says quite the specimen, that he like Strongwalker takes great pride in his appearance. He works out a lot, so he sort of like lightens up a little bit and sort of relaxes.
Liara just lets it like a sigh, kind of down Liara, but
I like double take at Liara. I like look back and I'm like, well then, don't mind me if I'll just be doing a couple of bits of work. And I like stand up and I like look at him a little bit. And I'm like, is that 6? No, my God, that's 10. You have a 10-pack. What is the size of your bicep? 14 inches, and your spine is. Liara, have you ever seen a spine like this?
Are you actually like moving around?
I'm like have a piece of tape out, and I'm like moving like a string, testing like the curvature of your spine, and there's just like none, and Mort's just like.
Okay, very quickly, like athletics check if I need be. I'm gonna put my food down, spin around, grab him by the waist, and lift him up in the air and look him in the eye.
I like squeak. Well, it's strong as well.
I tighten my grip slightly.
Usually this takes a meal or two first before you get this far.
He just starts dying laughing. And just puts him down, taps him on the back. Do you drink ale?
Of course I drink ale. Only the kindest. Double Dragon IPA, of course. They don't have that here.
Oh no, but I have something better. Stay here a moment, grab a seat by the bar. And with that, I literally run up, like, I don't want to say run, because like he kind of moves slowly, but he heads upstairs, trifles through his pack. And like as he's digging through his bag, you can see his full set of brewer's tools, and he grabs like a big bottle of like ale. That's like like an ale that he obviously brought with him on his journey. Because I mean, and he rushes back down. Barkeep, two glasses, please.
You get 2 flasks. Or you probably had already ale anyway in your flask, so you probably just pour that down and then fill the flask up.
Yeah, so I fill it up, and basically it's like an IPA, but like extremely hoppy. Like it's a strong fucking drink.
I tip Eden a gold coin, and I go for the love. And I look, well, cheers, mate! And I hold up the mug and I like clink yours.
Cheers! And he does the same thing, and I assume the mug is like really tiny, so it's like normal size for Mort, and I just kind of like slam.
Yeah, here's like a shot.
And when I slam or when I drink it, I just like scream out, or not scream out, I guess kind of loudly, cheers, but in giant. And I don't even know what it is, but just I speak mostly in giant. Just like a quick like, we'll just zoom into Stormwalker's head really quick. His whole tribe, they all speak giant. They only speak common to interact with people outside of the tribe. So mostly I speak giant.
I like interrogate you on what that means. And I like open up my spell book, and there's like a whole page of just like scientific notes instead of like a spell. And I just go, giant for cheers equals equals this grok talk or whatever. And I like look over to Liara and I go, did you see this man doing push-ups? I mean, I've seen you do push-ups, and I thought you were great. But, I mean, he's like a living god.
I was just staring in disbelief that Mort has managed to make a friend. It just comes as a complete shock to her that this guy has managed to actually not.
Don't look at me like that, Liara. My mother looks at me like that. And she keeps asking me if I'm going to be single for the rest of my life. Do I want to die alone? No, mother, I don't. I look at you. Can you just look at this man? He's great.
And with that, I guess you're talking to Liara. As this conversation happens, I turn around and I just look at Liara, and that's it. I'm not really taking part in the conversation.
And I like snap. Is Chitin?
Yeah.
Chitin, are you playing in the bar?
Yeah, I'm just playing music and watching you guys do your thing.
So I like lean into Eden and I go, the new bard. Did you not like the old one? I heard he kind of slept around a bit.
Like at this point, like you guys are all at the bar. Like everybody gives you like a weird look. New one, like he has been around for quite a while. Chitin has been known to play around these parts. Not often, but you know, enough to not die of starvation. So he's
I know.
He's a known individual in the city. He has been living here since the very beginning, if I'm not mistaken. So Liara knows him, not well, but knows of him. As Liara has lived here for about 2 years. So.
Okay. The quest board. Are there quests there?
That's outside. We need to go outside.
Yeah, maybe you guys have actually looked at it in the last like 2 or 3 days, since everybody's kind of been just doing their own thing. Like maybe a day ago, a new request was listed for Marcon to have individuals hunt down this creature that the people in the harbor spoke of. And yeah,
is there anything else?
At the moment, no. There's no specific request beyond that on the notice board.
And I'm like, well, fuck, I need money, and I like point towards the like stage area, and I'm like, you want a job?
Yeah, Liara kind of looks over and says, Chitin, right? Have you had breakfast yet?
I'm like halfway through a song and I'm jarred out of it for a second, maybe missing a beat there. Like, yes. And I'm going to look over to the innkeeper because essentially I'm at work. I'm going to give him like a 5 minutes kind of thing, and I'm going to like put the loot down, maybe clasp the case as I see you guys sniffing around the notice board, and I'll turn around to Liara, is it? I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I am Chitin Vale. Nice to meet you. Are you heading outside maybe to hunt down this beast here?
It's under consideration. I've been too inactive for the past few days, and well, I need to get some work done. So yes, I'm in need of some coin. So perhaps we'll look after this beast. But you listen to the people a lot. Have you perhaps heard of any other work?
Have I heard of any other? I think, to be honest, I've been stalking this notice board, and the first moment that somebody looks at it, that I was packing up that loot, sort of thing.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to be the one that took the thing and went out. You know, I just literally wanted to be the tag along. So all my dreams have come true. Though you probably wouldn't notice it on his face. He would have hidden it a little bit. He's quite young. He's quite young looking. Really, a shock of like reddish hair, maybe.
Is he human?
No, you'd see like a pointed ear, maybe if the wind blew. But yeah, like although he probably would be trying to disguise the I don't know, not excitement in like a giddy little 10-year-old excitement, but like a like, oh my god, finally this is what I've been waiting for kind of way. He would have yeah, he would have packed up the thing. To be I'd like to I wouldn't mind lending my my blade, and I suppose a lute comes in handy around the campfire. He kind of maybe makes a attempt at a little bit of a joke. Or
she kind of tilts her head at you, which is a kind of indication of a smile, since looking at her face, you'll notice you can't see her face. She wears like a simple wooden mask over her face, and she's making like full eye contact through the slats, and she says, "You can handle yourself in a fight, correct?"
like on his side, he's got like a rapier, like a thin blade, and I guess with as much confidence as he can possibly muster, he'll like tap it and go, "Aye, I've got me blade, and I've got a few tricks up my sleeve too." Do I need to try and persuade them?
Would he need persuasion, Liara? Because like you know that it's people that want to go outside tend to be capable, because very little individuals would want to go outside beyond the walls.
However, honestly, like outside of it, he's probably quite afraid and unsure as to whether he is able to.
At another time, it would have been different, but because he's so young and Liara kind of feels responsible for Davrik's death, she doesn't want to take someone out who she doesn't have confidence in. So she draws her own rapier, and she says, "Show me," and kind of like takes a stance at you.
You guys are at the notice board outside at this point, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Because otherwise, Eden would have just like looked at you and like told you to get the hell out. So
what,
you guys,
who am I kind of looking at with Liara? What does she look like?
She's like 6'1". She's quite fit looking, and she has a hood, and she has a wooden mask covering her face. She's quite strong looking. She's quite fit.
I guess again with sort of a blustery air to it. He'll milady, I don't think that's quite.
Go on, try to hit her. You won't.
I'll look over to Mort, and then I'll kind of like draw the blade as unshakily as I can, desperate to impress, so that I actually get brought along on this thing. And okay, if you think you can take me, and I'll like bring it out.
All right. I suppose make an attack roll, both of you.
Can we do like a non-damage attack roll?
Non-damage attacks, parries.
Yeah, just go around. Just make an attack roll.
Yeah, because Liara would like massive death. Like Mort moves like just within 5 feet as you're about to hit, just so that you get the sneak attack damage.
All right. Both like this is actually perfect, because Liara tries to get a stab in to see how his reflexes are, and he's able to actually deflect it, parry it, and as he tries to go after you with his rapier, you are able to quite quickly deflect it as well. As far as you can tell, as you guys are kind of sparring back and forth like a friendly battle, nothing lethal. You get a sense that he's definitely able to he's capable. But he probably placed the loot better.
So yeah, I'll do after the parry, I'll sort of do the streets have taught me well, I suppose. And I'll still be stood waiting in case she comes at me again.
Yeah, she just takes her rapier and puts it away, and she can tell if you had hit with your shot, if she hadn't got out the way or parried it, that it would have had a delicate bit of damage. You could have hurt her with it. So she kind of looks at you and nods and says, "If you're confident, but outside of these walls, it is very dangerous. I have already lost many friends."
I'll sheath the sword, and I guess my face will probably turn a little bit darker as well, and I'll kind of say, I know exactly what it's like outside these walls, even though I've never actually been. And yeah, I'll maybe like quickly busy myself with something else with my head down a little bit, maybe start to do up my cloak. I made sure to bring the thick cloak as it's cold.
As all this takes place, I guess we're all outside at this place, correct? Like we just like
Alright.
we're outside. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can like I guess I can see Chitin like kind of being a little bit upset and down with himself, and says he just how he said how he had me outside the wall. So I come over and like how tall is Chitin, by the way?
I think he's 5'8".
Okay, so he's like basically up to my belly button. So he's like pretty small. But I just come over next to Chitin. I look down. Be not afraid. I will take care of you outside these walls.
And yeah, I'll sort of look back up and be like, I'm glad to see that you're coming along. I don't know why she wanted to fight with me when we got this guy. I'll kind of look up at him, and then I'll look back and say, and by the way, if you want a few lessons on percussion, I'd be happy to help.
That sounds wonderful. And with that, I kind of shift my gaze up to Liara after she just attacked Chitin. Ready your blade. And with that, I reach to my back, and my sword is completely sheathed under like a large kind of like blanket, sort of. It's a massive sword. I'm like 7'11". This sword's like 6.5 feet long. This is a massive sword. So I pull the sword out. The handle is a massive 200 sword. It's called Edge. The blade or the handle itself is like, I want to say like 16, 17 inches long. This massive thing. And it just looks like a giant like chef's knife, like a giant blade that's been finely honed from the back to the front. Just this massive massive edge, probably like 10 inches from back to front. This massive sword.
It's a claymore.
I rush at Liara to make an attack. And just a basic attack, correct?
Like, see, like nobody's like, you know, nobody doesn't even do anything, right? Like it's suddenly
More,
just this
more like
giant
steps back
guy.
and he like pulls out a book and he starts like writing in it a little bit. Like, oh, this is great. And I'm like sitting in a snow pile. Like
acrobatics.
Yeah, she's gonna dodge it away.
So what would I have to roll to
make a regular attack roll? She's not raiding, just a regular attack roll because you're not raiding. There's nothing else going on.
Yeah,
he's gonna kill Liara in like one.
Close.
Like as this massive sword just swoops horizontally, like Liara quickly knows that she should not be able to even remotely try to like parry this or anything. She just ducks down elegantly. Even for her 6+ feet, 6'1" size, she ducks down elegantly and just kind of like slides out of the way and says, "Okay, I get it." You know, she doesn't want any conflict.
Yeah, she looks up and says, "I'm quite confident in your capabilities. Hopefully, I've already proved mine."
With that, you have. I have not met someone with your speed before. And with that, I kind of just throw the edge back into the sheath and kind of shift like I'm calling it a blanket, but it's like a cape to some extent, like over the sword. So it's like, it's kind of hidden. And yes, what of a quest?
Right, quest. And I like plop it off of the quest board.
Right? Yeah, like it's yeah, you guys have not seen this one before yet, but it's from Maron Oakbow. Chitin knows it's once he hears the name, he kind of knows it's like a leather worker, ex-leather worker. One of the individuals that also suffered massive losses by going beyond the wall. He might very well be part of the group that was part of the incident. But he's currently a leather worker, and he had heard rumors from those who fish with the fishing boats that there was movement of a large creature with white fur in the mountains, and that was like a good couple of days ago that it was last spotted in the mountain range that was known to hold griffins before they were moved. That's it. And yeah, it's simple, like, you know, seeks competent and well-versed adventurers to hunt down this creature and collect its fur, generous amount of coin as reward.
I look over and I'm like, a white creature that holds griffins. What is this, poetry?
And
I
the
like
Is
creature.
Ozzy trying to make quests again? Is this what he's doing?
Well, like the
Immediately,
creature
I was
itself
like,
doesn't hold.
like,
The creature itself doesn't hold griffins. Like it's spotted near the entrance of the cave that led to the griffin's nest. It's in that area. That's where the creature has seen walk the path up the mountain.
Well, white-haired creature. It sounds to me like a Yeti. Through and through, right? Standing
I've
human.
never heard of a Yeti, and I kind of look expectantly up at the huge Goliath dude who looks well traveled.
That's not a Yeti. He's fine.
Oh,
I have
the
heard of
Goliath.
Yetis.
You have heard of Yeti?
Hmm.
Really? I
Yes.
find that hard to believe. What? What do you think Yetis are?
They're massive white creatures with white fur.
Damn.
Hmm.
Well played. And I look over to the rest of you and I go, okay, well, does anybody know where the Griffin's Hold is? Or Hold Griffins? Is that a place that's called Hold Griffins, or is it the Griffin's Hold? I'm a little confused as to who wrote this quest. It's okay.
We had seen like the last one that Markin put up because she pulled it off the board last time as well as Dolph's one. She says, I believe Ozzy spoke to him last time. We should make our way to him. It sounds familiar, but I don't know if I've met him, but I believe I know where he is. I need to stop in at Balfic along the way. There are some things I have to pick up.
How are you feeling lately as well? And as like, let's head off, and we start like heading off as we're having this conversation.
All right. Yeah, you guys just. I guess you guys go to Marcon first. I suppose. So you guys like.
I kind of knew him.
Yeah, like you kind of know where he is. So you guide them conveniently.
I can take them there.
Yeah. Like you kind of take charge and lead them as a guide through the city. You know this city in and out, right? So, like you take like the shortest route. Like normally it would have taken a couple of minutes to get there, but you know, you are there almost instantaneously, going with the shortcuts and the most convenient spots.
This alleyway, and it's just this tiny little crack in the wall. Basically, the Goliath probably struggles to fit down it, and I just kind of wander in. I've still got a fair amount of stuff as well on my chest, my pack, my loot on one shoulder, but I still kind of squeeze into this alleyway and reduce the travel time by a significant amount.
Yeah, which is not that much considering it would normally only take like maybe 10 to 15 minutes to find it. Now it's like 5 minutes. Like, well, you know,
I'm
time.
impatient. I want to go.
Gotta go quick. Exactly. So you do.
Then he goes, "Sorry, big guy," and I like just duck in.
Nonetheless, you guys actually end up there, and it's early. Like it's maybe after breakfast and such, and small conversation. It's maybe 9 a.m. a little bit past at this point. So you guys knock on the door. And the door opens, and yeah, you see an individual you guys have never seen before. It's an older gentleman, human, weathered in the face, has a very nice, has leather armor that is customly made, with like a collar and such. He looks kind of dapper, which is a bit of a strange look. He looks like a dapper Viking, if you will. The sides of his hair slicked back and a little bit of craziness on his top. If you had to guess his age, late 30s maybe, early 40s. And he kind of looks at you. Well, immediately his eyes go towards the Goliath because that's just a massive force that suddenly stands in front of his door. Well, what do I owe the pleasure with?
I believe you have a job that needs done.
Ah, yes, I indeed hung a request on a notice board. Come in. And he guys like he let you guys in. He has like a small table with like 3 chairs. It's like it's a small house.
A chair, and like looks around the Goliath and goes, "Well, Griffin's Hold. Do you know where that is? Or Hold Griffins, as it says on the quest note."
He kind of like Griffin's Hold, no. Because it didn't say on the quest itself. I was just describing the location that was being referred to. But yeah, the conversation starts, and you guys indeed show the notice of this request. Ah, yes. I actually sent this request out like a couple of days ago to to Ozzy and
Yes, Leah interrupts him and says, yes. Unfortunately, there was a more pressing matter we had to attend to.
I see.
We'll be taking over for now.
As long as the job gets done, am I right? So, as the notice itself says, I wish to obtain this fur. I've heard it is of a large creature. White fur is not as common in these places, so I saw this as an opportunity to perhaps lit a fire under my creativity, if you wish. I need a challenge. So, if you guys think you're capable of to slay this supposed enormous creature and gather its fur to me, I will be able to reward you handsomely.
How much is handsomely? Like him handsomely? And I look at, I like point to the Goliath. I go, or him handsomely. And I point to the 20 charisma bard.
And like,
17-year-old.
Marco knows who you are because he also has been here for 4 years. So like he knows of you. And he definitely like his mood is kind of flirtatious, but he stops being flirtatious towards you because you're 17. So he kind of points towards Liara, like that, which is like means nothing because she's wearing a mask.
Wooden face helmet. I don't.
Don't you like a mystery?
I love a mystery, to be honest, but usually written in books. Not when it comes to gold when I'm risking my life. Come, sir. Surely you can give us a number.
Certainly.
Must be at least, what, 150?
A what, sorry?
150 gold pieces.
150 gold pieces it is.
Liara interrupts and says, per square foot of the fur, I'm sure.
That depends on this. It's perhaps it could be. I was going to give you guys 400 gold, but he is so insistent on 150. Like,
Well, we don't have to take this unless you offer us the 400. Then
well,
I don't know why you would play all your cards and then admit to the price that you would have admitted to before. 400.
Yes, 400 gold each sounds.
I think that's quite worth it.
While this is going on, I want to take a quick look around his place. First of all, I'm going to ask this a lot. How high, like, how big is this place?
You can barely stand straight.
Okay,
17 and 3/4.
just like I'm just smidge. I want to look around. What's the biggest thing that is in the room that isn't tied down?
That isn't tied down. Probably like his workbench or a bookcase of sorts.
Workbench?
Yeah.
Okay. While they're discussing money, I'm gonna go over and try to lift the workbench up, like up to like chest, up to here, like carefully, but just grab onto it. Like obviously, I'm a massive thing. They'll know that I'm moving over there. I'm purposely moving over to this thing to grasp my hands on the side of this workbench and just lift it up. And I don't know if that's strength or athletics, but because this might be this massive thing.
As you start as you start trying to lift, you see Markin's eye, like Liara, and you see like everybody that is looking at Markin and having a conversation, see his eyes shift, and he stands up and he's like, "Yo, big guy, would you mind?"
Oh, what?
What are you doing? Are you just lifting his things up?
Well, we're discussing coin, are we not?
And wait, I don't understand how those are correlated.
Well, obviously, for a mission such as this, strength is of importance. If I can lift the biggest thing in this room, he will surely have to pay me more.
And I like fold my hands and look back at Marquand. Is that his name?
Marcon.
Marcon. And I go, probably the most intelligent Goliath I have ever met.
So the only
friend.
Goliath you ever met.
Might have to offer 450 gold for such a service. You see, Goliaths are quite rare in the region, and their services go a little bit of a higher price than normal services. Also, there's this guy, and I kind of point to Chitin. I go,
Kyton looks completely dumbfounded and shocked as soon as you mentioned 400 gold. He was sharp and confused.
also, there's this guy, and he's a thing. And Liara doesn't come cheap either. I myself am quite cheap, but for the four of us, 450.
100 gold a pop seems reasonable, I find.
It seems greatly reasonable, but 450 total, I think, would cover the risk, you see. There's a great chance that I won't be coming back.
Well, I guess I won't have to pay at all then, don't I?
Well, cover it. We'll call it insurance. Yes, Liara, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
None of us, as far as I can tell, are skilled with skinning creatures. If you wishes to haul back this admittedly huge creature here across a great distance, you must consider what that labor on its own is worth.
She has a great point. I would consider 400 gold, and you throw in a horse and cart. We can keep the horse and cart at the end of it. Or at least the cart.
How big
You
is
can
this
skin it
beast?
yourself. We won't even try to skin it. We'll leave it to you, the expert.
So you guys, so if I understand this correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, I also have to pay more and do more work myself.
The work will be better done if done by you. None of us can quite skin something as if you could. Then giving you more material to do with what you wanted. If you're paying so much, I suggest that your overhead is probably quite significant, the profit that you're going to be making off of this. If you skin it yourself, the profit would be significantly more. And all you would be paying is what? 60 gold for a horse and cart?
Well, there are no horses in this city, but it would be a lot easier if there were. No, there is no like creatures that can be.
It'll carry it for God's sake.
Like he probably could.
I just point to the man.
Do me a favor, make a persuasion check. Is anybody helping him? Like you guys are helping him, right? So. Help.
Definitely.
Instead of a persuasion check for me, could I do a strength check? Because I just want to flex real big.
It depends on how Ace is doing the
flex check.
Right.
Flex would be performance.
Yeah, it probably would be a performance check, and he already gets advantage because like a lot of solid points have been made already.
With the advantage, I think I can 17.
I am not helping in this endeavor. I'm just completely and utterly confused because I don't understand how much money is being thrown at this thing.
Right.
It's like,
All right.
Ever
I was
since
on this expecting 5 gold, at best.
Yeah.
And you start saying hundreds of gold, and I'm just probably backing towards the door confused.
And he says, all right. Because you're all so wonderful. If indeed you guys are able to bring it back, either its fur completely in good condition, or the creature itself, so I can do it myself, I am willing to perhaps increase the gold to 430 gold.
No card.
440 goes better 4 ways, doesn't it?
That is true.
He has a point.
Thank you. We'll be off and we'll be back with your beast, and you can hand us the 440 gold when we return.
All right. Well, I hope you guys have enough gold then to perhaps buy the cloak that I will make from it, if this creature is indeed still there.
You can always
Sure. Like, let's go, people. We have a thing to kill.
Yeah. So, like, once we kind of get outside, Liara kind of stops and says, I've never been to this region before. We should ask for directions from Eve. Eve knows the area quite well. And then we should head off.
Who is Eve?
Eve is the mayor of the town. Most of the information from adventurers passes through her hands at one point or another, so I'm sure she has a map of the region so we can know at least the rough direction where we're headed.
More degrees. Let's just. Can we get the information at least, or some help?
All right. Yeah, like for the sake of like time and such, you guys go to Eve, and it's quite quickly to get there anyway, because everybody pretty much knows where it is, with the exception of Strongwalker. And she pretty much explains that it's just straight west. Follow the cliff. If you follow the cliffs, you are immediately in that same region, which was told and explained to her that there is an entrance into the mountains if you go up, and that's how they found that that inner working where you can climb on the insides to find the place where once the griffins were nested. However, it was said to be quite infested with a bunch of kobolds the last time individuals were there. So expect some creatures, especially with the winter just passing and still kind of being present, that creatures might have moved in to seek shelter against the weather and such, including this potential supposed large white-furred creature that might have roamed the place.
Cool. And before we get ahead to the gate and stuff, Liara wants to stop by Baltic and just pick up some extra arrows.
All right, yeah, like that's simple. Like he has a bunch of arrows. Like you can either go to Baltic or to Ulrich. Like they both kind of work together to make the things. And you're just seeking regular bows or like regular arrows. You have a certain amount. How many? Sorry.
It's a gold for 20 arrows, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So I'll just get 20.
All right. Well, yeah. Write a gold down, and you need to get there. Anybody else want to make preparations? I don't think anybody much can do preparations.
Actually, Mort does want to make preparations. I'm gonna try and convince you guys to wait a day. Therein, I could cast Find Familiar, get my familiar back, and because somebody killed it, and that would be lovely. Not necessary, but as far as helping find, I would try to convince you. As far as helping find this creature, using my Raven, spot it. Also, I would like to buy a potion.
Right, yeah, potion is 50 gold. So there was one
2d2 plus 2.
Yeah, 2d2 plus 2 is indeed 50 gold. And I was able to brew one of them haphazardly, while kind of keeping you in check, making sure you don't make mistakes, and during her investigation. So yeah, write up a potion and write down 50 gold. And beyond that, yeah, like it's up to you. How do you want to convince the players to wait an entire day?
A day? Holy smokes.
Well, yeah, because it's a matter of spell preparation, to be honest. Technically, it should be 2 days, honestly, because tomorrow I would have to prepare the spell and cast it, and then the next day for full slots back, which you want me to have full slots back. Otherwise, I'm pretty useless.
So he's essentially...
2 days.
Yeah, in his explanation, he's saying, I want to wait 2 days, so I'm a little bit better prepared magically.
Yeah, because I need to prepare spells, and that's a big deal. Because if we leave off right now, my spell list is literally what it is when we left off the last quest.
Well, you can, like, in the last 2 or 3 days, like, maybe you were seeking work anyway, so you might have been able...
be prepared towards working, right?
Yeah.
So I would have a different spell list. It would be more geared towards, like, mechanics and helping than actually dealing with
like in the last day, since you were looking forward to getting new work done outside of the gate, perhaps you would have already prepared. Like, I'm allowing you to have a new spell list prepared. That is more towards outside of the gate established.
So 2 days, I could have a familiar, and I could specify my spell list. Is it a big deal to anybody else?
And besides, isn't a familiar a ritual-based spell, which you can cast as long as it's in your book? So you should be able to cast it regardless?
It is a ritual.
I don't know if it's as long as it's in my...
I believe rituals can be casted as a wizard if you...
Yeah, I think it can be cast as a ritual, but I think I still have to know it.
Yeah, you know it because it's in your book. You don't have it prepared, but I believe you can cast ritual spells even when they're not prepared, but you can only cast them as a ritual.
Which would take 10 hours. So
No, it wouldn't take 10 hours. It would take 10 minutes.
Casting time is an hour.
Then it would take an hour and 10 minutes.
Oh, because you said 10 minutes. Yeah, hour and 10 minutes then.
So
and also wouldn't use a spell slot, so it would only be 1 day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it would be if we want to wait 1 day.
No, you would have prepared your spells to already be more combat fitted anyway.
Yeah.
So like you don't have to wait. You won't have to wait. You would have to wait like an hour and 10 minutes where you got your familiar back. That's the only thing you have to wait for.
Yeah, you're right.
So while he's doing that, that'll be when I'm off buying things and when I'm talking to Eve just to get rough directions so he can prepare his ritual.
I'll probably be questioning Liara a little bit on something as well as we walk around. I'll be following you, and there'll be a point where I kind of say something along the lines of, "So, back there when we were talking to Martin, you said 400 gold, but I presume you were talking about silver, or perhaps it's some sort of adventurer speak that I don't understand. How much is it really that we're going to get paid?"
She turns to them and says, "All going well. When we return the creature to him, we should each be receiving around 110 gold pieces." And she kind of like grabs a pouch from her bag, and it's like heavy, like, and she kind of like shows you and says, she can see this kind of dumbfounded look, and she says, "Gold." And she like reaches in and grabs
100 gold.
coins. Yeah,
Like
her bag's, like,
each will
full.
get 100. Oh, yeah, I knew that. I just wanted to check. I knew that. Yeah, I'm more than prepared and ready, I say with my 20 charisma.
Yeah.
And
she gives you a pat on the shoulder and says, "Okay."
yeah, he's probably actually less confident than he was before now, because he's realized that if we're going to be getting this much money, he isn't prepared, even though he's lied twice now. Like, if it's worth this much money, he's going to die, but he's come too far down this path, and we'll I'll be using that full 20 charisma to hide the shaking boots, probably. As we follow around town,
make a deception check.
I'll
Make a
probably
deception
stick
check.
a little closer to Liara as we move around as well than we did before, or maybe Strongwalker. I'm sorry, I need to remember everyone's names.
And if Liara wants to make an insight check.
Okay. Let's see.
All right. Let's see. Like, as far as you can tell, Liara, he looks extremely confident. In fact, he looks, not only confident, but happy that he's perhaps even going to get, finally, the money he deserves. Like, he's playing it off perfectly, and you believe him. Every single word he says is the truth. It's gospel. It's beautiful.
I'll be, like, drumming on my loot case as we move along, like a nice little beat that, like... Yeah, bolsters my confidence.
She's pretty focused on just getting her stuff together and getting her arrows and then getting to Eve and stuff.
All right. Do you, Liara, before you go, do you visit a certain someone?
Where's my thing? Let me type to you just so we're saying the same person.
Not that difficult.
This person?
Yeah. Not that you spell his...
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I spelled it totally wrong. No, she's avoiding that person.
Okay.
For now.
All right, and as you guys get ready, like an hour passes, an hour and 10 minutes passes.
Yeah, I was actually gonna do something myself actually with Strongwalker.
All right.
I was gonna head to the inn and go back and visit Eden. And I'll go back to the inn. I'm just gonna go through the door and go on back up to my room. I'm gonna put away some of the things out of my pack that I don't really need for an adventure. I just kind of pack the essentials, which is basically just my explorer's pack.
Mm-hmm.
So I leave like my tools and stuff like that there. Leave
Smart.
my gold. And I do grab like the bottle, like it's like a jug. It's like a big clay jug. Like it's the ale that I had poured out for me and for Mort. And I bring that down or before I bring that down, actually, I just grab that and put that off to the side. I grab like a big like a small like container of like blue. It's like clay paint, sort of. It's like tribal paint, basically.
War paint.
And with one of my war paint, basically. And with one hand, I just kind of like it's like a big like thing. It's like probably like 2 inches deep, but it's like a big on the round. It's like easy to get at. I just take one full hand, just put it right in the center, and I just kind of put that across my face. And then I do the same thing again, and then I kind of get a bit more on there, and I just go right across the chest, and then I go down with the jug of ale. I got everything ready to go. So I'm just prepared for battle. And I go up to Eden, Eden, try this ale before I go. And I grab a glass, I guess, from the bar and pour him a drink.
Like Eden gives you like a second look. He sees that you're kind of like genuine about it, right? So like he gives it a sniff.
Strong stuff, hey.
Yeah. It's like as he tries to downplay like the high alcohol percentage of this brew, like he tries to downplay it a little bit. It's certainly has a kick.
I promise you, it's stronger than the. I won't say swill, but stronger than what you serve. If you may not know, I brewed that myself. When I come back, we'll have some discussions on your brewing techniques.
He kind of gives you like this look. Well, if you come back.
And with that, I just leave the whole jug on the thing. And as I'm walking out, I tell him, finish that. You'll like it. You won't be able to get it anywhere else but from me.
All right.
And then I go out through the door and head. I'm just gonna head to the gate, I guess, because I don't know where anything else is. So. Yeah,
like you kind of like decided on this universal location where you guys would gather, which is near the gate, in plain sight. So about an hour, 20 or so minutes pass, 1.5 hour passes, and everybody finally gets there. The Raven once again on the shoulder of Mort, good as new. Everybody prepared with potions, ammunition, and taking care of business. As you guys walk towards the gate, you also now hear the growling sounds of a large creature in the stables that seems to be making quite the ruckus as Thorbrick, one of the dwarves who Liara and Kyton know as the stable master, stable hand, throws in like a few large chunks of like raw meat over like one of the openings on the top. You can hear something within that stable completely ravaging it. As the sound slowly
like
calms down.
Well, that's new. And I like point finger forward and just like head into the stables.
It's locked. And Thorbeck is like, you wouldn't want to go in that lad.
I just want to know what's in there. I'm quite curious, actually.
Does it have white fur? Because maybe he's already done the. Wait, can we even talk about this with?
He's got a point. Does it have white fur?
It doesn't. Yeah. It's a large wolf.
Yeah, she says, don't worry about it. This is something I've already taken care of.
Wolf, you say? How large of a wolf are you talking?
We can talk about that on the way. She just kind of gets walking. She wants to kind of get away from that area. Just for now.
I like, very well, and I boop the guy on the nose with my finger. And I like start heading back. Let's head off. We have a white thing to kill.
And you guys move outside of the gate, over the slope that connects it to the mainland, going immediately west, as you have all been instructed to kind of just stick to the cliffside and just move for about like half a day's travel to hit that proper mountain ridge, which may take a little bit longer because there's still a lot of snow, a lot of mud, and a lot of like ice. And we'll take a break right here before we continue. Alright guys, we'll be right back in 5 or so minutes, just a bathroom break. Stick around, enjoy the tavern sound, the soothing sounds of the tavern. We'll be back right with you in a couple of minutes. And we are back with the awesomeness that is the Northern Winds. Thank you so much for sticking around. You guys ready? Oh, no, apparently our charismatic individual decided to just stop being charismatic and just disappear.
He's tuning his instruments.
Yeah.
Before our adventure.
Pooping.
Flat A, flat A, flat. Oh, hey, there.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Practicing.
All right. Good stuff. So we have to wait kind of before he comes back.
What does it look like when Mort's doing his ritually stuff?
Oh, you know, he's got his book, his leather-bound book, like on the ground. I'm actually doing it by the gate this time. And I literally just had it too. He has his book on the ground, like laid out in front of him, and he's like holding a hand over it and like eyes closed, full mask, like regalia on. And he just goes, Gradum Adium Patrum Omnipotentum Creatorum Gale. And then like an hour and 10 minutes later, Manorock just like appears on a tree behind him. And it's just like, Gah! Gah! And Mort just, oh, there you are. Come. We have things to kill. It like flies down, lands on the shoulder.
That was a lot of chanting for a bird.
Well, such as any bird, you see. As we're like walking on the mountains or whatever. Manrock's like flying overhead, like cawing, hopping from tree to tree and stuff. You see, it's a familiar. Familiars are quite different than just birds. But it's a whole nother thing. From time to time, you saw it last time, didn't you?
Just
Manrock are kind of the same thing.
Just curiously about your familiar, like when I squished that thing, did that like literally just disappear, or does that
probably like disappeared in like feathers exploding? You know how like a bird pops and like feathers fall off?
Okay, so like I wasn't sure,
and then it just disappears.
Okay,
yeah, and I can just recast it. Yeah. And so I keep talking. Well, familiar to me is well, he's kind of like, think of it as a fifth appendage, if you will, like. Something I could, perhaps, use as another sense. Like a sixth sense.
All right.
Nice.
Well, you have seen it. You have seen him use it before when he was sitting on the cart and he was scouting ahead with the bird. When you guys were like, it seems strange to you, but hey, if it works,
it's like the Game of Thrones like eye roll back thing. Like,
the warg.
Yeah. It works into the familiar.
Kind of like that.
Do you commune with the spirits of the bird? To
spirit. Well, the bird itself, I guess its spirit is there. Yes, to a degree. Depends on what you define spirit as. If you're using the university definition of spirit, then yes, perhaps. If you're using the church's definition of spirit, then no, because the bird, you see, doesn't go to the afterlife. It's already in the afterlife.
Oh, so you just summon it then, I see.
Summon it is a good word, yes. I just bring it to me and it becomes, well, a servant.
I see.
I see.
Spirit slave.
Yeah, so outside of character, like, are we still like inside the gate? Have we started moving towards the mountains now?
Like walking, right? Like
you guys are.
We got
like,
a half day's walk away. Let's not waste time having
Yeah, like it is quite a long walk, and you guys just waited like 1.5 hours to get everything together and such. So it's about maybe 11:30 right now. So it's still quite a while ahead, and you guys just like bend the corner to start moving towards the cliffs. And the environment is familiar. Like it's a lot of snow scattered around, snowbanks and such. But under it, like the green is slowly becoming more visible again. If you kind of ignore the mud everywhere. The typical Scottish highlands are visible. In the far distance you see the mountain tops that start low but grow quickly in size. As this is clearly the beginning of some form of a mountain ridge, and that's kind of where you guys are heading to at the very beginning. That's where this white-furred creature has been spotted. And as you guys are walking, like you can feel like the wind coming out from the sea, which is definitely not helping staying warm. But with all the cloaks that you guys got that Liara bought, or if you just brought with you, you guys are able to stay warm and march forward.
Have I actually been outside before, Ace?
You might have, at the beginning, before like the wall was there, you might have been a little bit outside. Perhaps not much after the incident, because, yeah, like, you didn't want to risk it much. But over the years, over the last 2 years, like, your curiosity has gotten the better of you, and now you are outside. So you might feel some, like, adrenaline pumping through your veins.
I'll be trundling along. Contrary to Strongwalker, I've got everything with me. I have, like, a little chest, I have a backpack, I have a loot, I have my sword, and I'm kind of, like, trundling along. Probably, like, somewhat struggling to keep up a little bit, but putting on a brave face over it all. And just looking at everything, like awestruck. As all this scenery appears in front of me, I'm just like, whoa, like kind of eyes open, taking it all in. Eventually he's going to start to hum, and maybe under his breath start to mutter a sort of song as he begins to chronicle his journey in music form.
Well, we're gonna only open Leo doesn't say anything about it. But if we start kind of getting close into the mountains and we can't see much around us, if there's lots of rocks and foothills, she might hush him a little bit.
Yeah, 100%.
And
Please
are
do.
you playing like the same tune, kind of like over and over as we're going along, or?
Yeah, I'm not. I won't be playing the lute itself because that'd be too much to probably deal with a little
Okay.
as we're walking along. But I'll be like humming as he starts to make a song. Like, I can't do it, but it'll be like you'll probably hear like your names mentioned. Like 4 people venture out the walls in search of the.
Along the way, like Mort starts questioning you, I start going up. Have you ever heard of the Barber of Iran? You know that one?
Is that a song?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, I'll play it later if you'd like.
Okay. What about 10,000 Fists in the Air? You heard that one?
Oh, my favorite.
Yes, by the gnomish band Disturbed. I've heard that from the mainland, of course. I can play a fair, decent version of it, though. It does sound better on a harp.
What about the Nobles song, Party Rockin'?
I don't mind playing that one, usually more to a raucous crowd. If I have a piccolo handy, I certainly can.
So you're not from Amarok?
I beg your pardon, sir.
If you know these songs, you must be from more than just Amarok. From where do you hail, good young man?
I'm from Amarok for the last 4 years, but my family traveled from the main city.
Iran, the Kingdom of Iran.
From the Kingdom of Iran, and of course, when sailors come in or new folk travel in on boats, I like to catch up on the latest music and learn what I can. It certainly helps with my craft, being able to play new songs and tell stories to folk.
Very well.
It's the only way I can earn coin, that is, until today. Trying to earn this pittance, of course, not quite the same as...
As the song goes, or however it says, it's better to be in the present than, like 2,000 and late.
I'll sing that line back as we walk on.
I'm trying to hum along to like the main tune eventually. Try to has it based figured out. Just like whatever the tune is.
Yeah, like as he's doing it, I'll sort of mention to him like I plan to sort of chronicle these stories. We can make even more money if we make them into stories of grandeur. These heroes which slay beasts. These are the songs which travel out farther than Amarok, back to the main kingdom.
Songs have a long lineage dating back to knowledge in the early parts of civilization. Not dissimilar.
Kaiten, I have one requirement if you will use me in your stories.
Of course.
And with that, I turn around and put both arms up in the air. You must include both of these beauties in them. And he just kind of kisses both biceps and flexes them back and forth as he kisses each one. And then he starts chuckling and continues on.
You're by far the largest and strongest man I have ever seen, so I'll be sure to make note of it. As I start to like hum like some other rhyming thing about how this is the hugest man about to take down this white mystery white beast.
It's crazy.
From time to time, like Mort will add in like a rhyming word just for fun, like use kick there. Like just kind of adds in a word. If you like become stumped, like
you're my thesaurus for the for the tale as we travel.
The walking Wikipedia. As you guys are journeying forth, like about give or take, like it's a half a day's travel in, half a day's travel back. You guys are about halfway on the initial journey, and spirits are high. Conversation is lighthearted, nothing serious. Who's taking the lead?
I guess I would just naturally.
All right, you're ahead, walking strongly. I want you to throw me a perception check.
Perception? Okay.
Yeah.
But boop. That.
As you are, like you don't see anything. Like the wind is blowing. You don't see any movement in the far distance, or to the sides. You're just walking ahead.
Is the raven circling like overhead and stuff? More, no.
Yeah. Manrock's kind of just like following overhead.
All right, in that case, I want you to make a perception check as well.
Good point. 15.
Throw a D100 for me if you wish.
I mean, I'd rather not. 33.
33.
Yeah, like as far as you can see with the raven circling around, it has a limited range, but you know, being at that height, you can certainly see further. You do have to stop movement because I don't believe you can walk and use its sense as your own at the same time. But as far as you can see, the coast is clear. It seems to be surprisingly, yeah, silent.
From
In
time to
fact,
time, like more like kneels down onto the ground, just like arms out, just like eyes roll back into his head as he takes over like Mana Rock, and the bird like as soon as he takes over, every single time he goes growl, growl, and like flies in a circle that like 100 foot around. It takes like a minute, and then like more like oh my god, and like dry heaves on the ground every single time. That's not a good feeling. And I like adjust the mask, like the plague doctor mask on me, and tighten the straps back on. It's clear.
Right.
Let's go.
yeah, it's not that difficult to see anything come at you because like they are foothills, but there's not like massive forestry at this point that would block your vision or allow people to sneak up on you at the. So it's not that difficult to spot anybody, and as far as you can see, there's nothing near you that would raise any concern. As another 2 hours passes, seemingly undisturbed, as just, you know, the light conversation and the sound of the wind, the howling wind coming from the sea, keeps you company. As you guys move near the beginning of the mountain ridge, and as said, there is a path as you guys walk. There's indeed a path that goes around the beginning of the mountain ridge. It looks like a path that would not be recommended to be walked upon, considering it seems to be filled with like snow and ice at the moment, as most of it has not yet melted or thawed. What do you guys do?
I mean, we have to. This is as good of a place as ever to stop, I guess.
So we're kind of at the base of the mountain now.
Yeah, like you're at the base of the mountain where you guys, where it was supposedly seen in this area.
Yeah. Okay, so
You, Yara, happen to. I guess I should have asked this before we left, but can you track animals?
it's not my specialty, but we should all take a look around, see if we can find some tracks of a large creature. It has fur, so it's most likely going to have paws or something of the sort. So let's take a look around this area. And she kind of heads off in one direction and starts to look around in the mud and snow and whatever, see if she can find any sort of tracks for.
All right, gang, pull it up.
All right, yeah, you guys are just starting to see search tracks and such. I want everybody to make a make a perception check as you're looking for tracks as opposed to trying to identify them.
15.
All right, yeah, Mort, like, especially with the use of your raven and such, you have a larger vision, and you are definitely able to see some tracks that are leading on the mountain path as you kind of like guide your raven across some of the obstacles that you would not be able to see otherwise. You definitely see, like, in the snow that remains, like there's half tracks going up and going down. And you are also able to find at the beginning of the path some scattered bones and whatever it was wearing at the time. Like, it seems to be what you find a small creature, lizard-like, at the bottom of that at that path, just around the corner.
Wait. There's a lizard-like creature?
Yeah. As far as you can see, like, unless you send your raven completely near it.
So Manarok flies back and lands in front of Liara. Starts going, stops on like a tree branch and flaps its wings. It just goes, "Caw, caw, 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 caw,
Yeah, like turns and moves towards it.
Somebody casted silence on Mort. It happens. It's that wild magic. You're muted.
I forgot I was Mana Rock for a bit. Oh, there's not like a lizard man. Quite.
A lizard man.
Lizard man.
And I,
That's
like,
a
turn
small
around,
creature.
"Oh, you're here. Well, small creature. Well, frankly, it depends on the size. But if you determine small by the scientific explanation, kobold. I shrugged. Troglodyte.
I heard of some of the other adventurers from town fighting kobolds. I know not much of what they of how they succeeded, or if they managed to drive them out, or.
So I look towards Chitin and I go, like whirl my finger in the air and like whip it at him, pointing, and I cast message as I do, and I'm like, Chitin, we're having a meeting over here. Be quiet. Enemies in the area.
Chitin's gonna shit his pants first. He's immediately going because he's already like
keep whispering.
walking
Don't worry,
around
nobody
looking
saw.
for this monster tracks. You know, he's never been outside. And the first thing, as soon as you told him to split up and look for tracks, he just had no idea what he was doing and was just wandering around with keeping one eye on the Goliath and kind of just pretending to look. But really, he was just like trying not to leave the Goliath's range. And then suddenly he gets this like message in his head, and for like 1 second, there's like a. And then I guess he'll turn, and if I can see you, I'll kind of give like a.
You can answer too, yeah. You can, like,
I can speak.
I keep it up, and I'll just be like, I get like a sly smile, and I look towards Liara, and I like blink through like the mask. All you see is my eye just like blink, and I look towards Chitin, and I go, he's right behind.
Can I have like a con save to see if I pass out from fear?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I probably wouldn't pass out from fear, but I definitely do like I mean, contrary to being quiet, I will probably let out a small yelp, like a and turn really quickly, and I will be almost, but I won't do it, on the edge of casting one of my spells, and then as soon as I see the thing, I won't. But I'll probably be, actually, I guess I'll be reaching for my loot really quick, as opposed to my sword kind of thing.
Make a wisdom check to see if you actually reactively trigger one of your casts.
Reactively trigger my cantrip, okay.
If it's higher than a 10, you're fine. Lower than a 10, you're screwed.
We're all screwed. Oh, okay.
You cast a cantrip. It's probably gonna be the thunder thing.
It's gonna be the worst thing that has ever happened to this entire party, and I've probably got us killed. Thunderclap. so I guess reactively, I just go, and
I immediately like, oh shit! And I like look towards where the lizard man was,
like
see if there's like moving.
Yeah, as you scare him with this message as a coy, like he is scared, and in an instinctive.
I will duck down and close my eyes and just go, but it will be so loud, like
yeah,
it'll be like a perfect C, like well sung, but it will be thunderously loud. Everyone will have to kind of do that.
Yeah, and in an instinctive reaction, you duck down to make it as small as possible while screaming this high-pitched note that just creates this audible shockwave. The snow that's around you like gets scattered up and gets fired away 10 feet away from you, like creating this perfect circular formation of like just beautiful green grass around you as all the snow is blown away. But more importantly, as this sound, this piercing sound, echoes through the valley and into the mountains, into the foothills, just kind of echoes and echoes and echoes. And you can even see like a bunch of like birds kind of fly away from the tree branches that are nearby. As suddenly you guys are met with like this intense silence. If somebody was around here, it now knows you guys are here as well.
Nothing happens. I look to Manrock and I go, shh, go check it out. And I like drop to the ground on my knees again. Eyes roll back in the back of my head. Just white, and I turn into Manrock and fly quickly towards the area. I saw what I'm assuming to be kobold.
Liara rushes over to Chitin. She like rushes over to him and quickly like puts her hands on him and kind of just whispers quietly in his ear. It's okay. It's okay.
I've already got my sword out and I'm looking around going, I don't see it. He said it was right behind me, but I don't see it. I might have pushed it into the sea. I think I did it, Liara. I think it ran away from us and we just need to find its body.
No,
He's probably shaking and freaking out a bit as well.
Yeah, she's like, never presume your enemy is defeated. And she kind of says, you can sheath your weapon for the moment.
I'll like put it back and be like, but he said it was right behind me. It can't have got far. It can't have gotten far, Liara.
Like as that exact thing, you can sheath your weapon. As that is said, I'm sort of like relatively close and I'm listening in. As soon as that's happened, I take my weapon out. I take Edge out, and just kind of like in one motion, just kind of pull it out. And I'm kind of like holding it in one hand, so we're like kind of holding it like by like the top of where the blade is, and then letting the whole bottom of the handle like kind of rest on my forearm, so I can like hold the sword out with one hand. And I'm just saying, you could sheath yours, but I am prepared.
Yeah, and she says, she kind of whispers to Kite, and she's like, you will quickly learn that Mort doesn't make the best company.
But he told me it was behind me. Kind of made me jump a little bit. I get a bit jumpy, you see, when I don't have my back to a wall.
Yes, and this is why Mort is not the best company.
So it wasn't. You're telling me it wasn't there.
It wasn't behind you, no.
Well, you see, the thing I just did, I kind of learned on the streets. It's an excellent kind of reflex, but it's very loud, and it probably let it know where we are now. So, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Liara, but it's probably coming back for us. So maybe we should keep our swords about us.
Is the raven you have able to hear, or is it just like one sense at any time?
I'm pretty sure I just take control over it. I will double check. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I just take complete control over its body. For 100, it's got 100 range, so I'm going like to the edge of that range.
Alright. As you kind of like immediately like in an emergency like start scouting the area, you don't see anything. However, you can hear after they like try to calm down Caton, you can hear this what sounds like the howling wind amplified tenfold. Just echoing from the mountain itself, like some of the snow that's like kind of falling down from the mountaintops as well, some of the loose snow, not causing any kind of like weird massive avalanches or anything, but like the very sound of it, this piercing howling sound, just kind of like shakes up some of nature itself as it echoes through the valley and into the place where you guys are as the sound then dies where you are at.
We all hear it, or just the...
Yeah, everybody hears it. Like, this is not, like, this is audible.
Okay. Well, it looks like, someone has answered your call, Chitin. And she, like, pulls the bow off of her back and gets an arrow kind of ready.
I'll kind of, like, pull my sword back out and do like a... I'm sorry, Liara, and, Mr. Strongwalker, I'm not quite used to being outside, to be honest. Though I promise I can take care of myself. I haven't been outside these walls for about 4 years.
Do not worry. Outside can be scary. Come to me after. I have some advice that the elders of my tribe give to the younger members when they are frightened in battle.
I'll certainly do that, Mr. Strongwalker. Thank you very much.
Can we see anything, Ace?
Nope.
Can we see them? No?
Nope, there's nothing...
So, can you just quickly like paint the picture, like where we are and then the direction for the sound is, like just to refresher?
The sound seemed to be already... its origin is unknown, but it seems to be coming somewhere from higher up the mountain, as what you were hearing was just the end of its sound, like the end of the echo, as the thunderclap echoed back into the mountain. This sound came from the mountains, and it was this piercing, terrifying howling sound that, yeah, that can shake the most mildest creatures to its core.
Okay, just curiously, on that sound, that like shriek, we can obviously tell it's from like a beast. Could I do like, I want to do a check and see if I have any idea if I can like kind of discern what that sound is. But I want to see, I'm assuming that would probably be nature, but I want to see if I could use either like animal handling or my survival from my background as like a tribal person and being familiar with animals, if I would have any idea. Like, could I use one of those instead of nature, basically?
Animal handling is specifically your interactions with animals itself, and it would definitely have to be a nature check. Like, the best thing you can get out of survival is that danger is ahead. This is probably not a good idea, but you don't need a check to understand that, so it has to be a nature check. And as you kind of like listen to the sound, like, you do know it's definitely just a bad omen, like a screeching sound that is not natural to like created by the wind or anything is definitely not a good thing. Something is up there, which is already what I expected, because the adventurers that went here before have encountered several creatures, including griffins, you know, and kobolds and the swords. So, yeah, like, you can't discern exactly what it is by its sound.
Okay.
Mort comes out of the raven call with like the dry heaves off from him, like like comes out, putting the mask back on. Up the mountain. Going to get this done before nightfall. We need to go up the mountain. I would rather not have another. Well, I look at it's not even Liara. Like, look at the party. I'm like, well, none of you even know. Well, I'd rather not have an owlbear in the darkness type situation. It's not good.
Wait, there are owlbears out here too.
And trees. Trees are awful. They're the worst.
Trees. I would be happy to fight an owlbear, I tell you. I'd be more than happy to take down an owlbear.
You would take down an owlbear.
Well, with my my Goliath friend here.
I like step forward and I like twist my hand and like pop you on the chest with a mage hand, just like giving you the nod. And I'm like, very well, lead the way. Up the mountain, boy.
I don't really know. I suppose this way, I guess, and then I'm gonna purposefully attempt to head a completely different direction than the mountain, as if I'm confused.
I mage hand you by the like collar and like head you up towards the mountain. I go, no, you're quite more intelligent than you let on. Believe me, I know.
I'm gonna turn to Liara and be like, "But you told me not to listen to him, and he told me to go up the mountain."
You what?
Go up the mountain.
She turns strong walker. You are familiar with mountains, yes? Your people are
Yes.
from those regions.
Yes.
Perhaps you should lead the way.
This is a good idea. I agree.
I'm not too worried about the creature for now. I don't think from that sound that Kaiten made, I think the creature might be as confused as I am about how that came to happen, so let us approach, but carefully.
It's a good idea.
Long walker.
Alright, so yeah,
Let's move forward.
with the Goliath in front, you guys finally move into the mountains, this small path that kind of circles around the ridge itself, and it's slippery, like, it's, for all intents and purposes, this is all difficult terrain, a lot of snow still, a lot of ice, and it's a small path. But after like a good solid 10 to 20 minutes of climbing this top, you guys find yourself an opening into what appears to be this beginning mountain. So you guys are slowly moving upward, and you know, the cold is setting in and the wind is still blowing strongly. You guys find yourself into the cave, and it's a massive opening, but it's dark.
Let me get my inventory.
Yeah, the second we come to the cave, I look back. I assume we're continuing inside, correct?
Was there any other path kind of like outside the cave heading further up, or is it kind of stop at the cave for now and we need to head through this way?
Like, as far as you could see when trying to travel like that, there is multiple ways up beyond this point, but that would require climbing gear. And it would also put yourself at severe risk because the tumble down may end up being a little bit awkward if that were to happen.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so Lara kind of gets her lantern and lights it. And says, from here we should be very careful. The darkness can be our enemy.
If you don't mind, the torch might be served best in my hands. And I like use one of my leather gloves to like mage hand a ghostly spectral hand towards the torch, and like kind of try to pluck the torch out of Liara's hand, like like gently and politely a little bit.
Yeah, and she kind of like.
And I just like float it back. I'm like, right, and come here, and I like push it back out in front of the party, like 10, 20 feet ahead of us, as I did before. And, like, it's just a soft little trick we could use just in case. Kind of stops from being surprised.
I guess as we're edging along, I guess my eyes are forward, and I can't say my eyes are forward, then I look back. My eyes are forward, and I kind of speak up quietly. Mort, that is quite the trick you have there.
I mean, yes, it is actually.
Never seen such a spell before. And I guess we're just going to keep moving on. As we're edging in, I guess I'm going to try to. I guess we're going to. Are we stealthing, or as we're creeping, or I guess it mightn't be worth it because the light is probably going in.
For the record, I haven't walked in the cave yet. I'm at the mouth of the cave.
Yeah, so we're like 30 feet in, and like Mort's like about to give an explanation. He's like, "Well, I actually learned it in," and I like turn back like, "Wait, 1, 2, trace. We're one short."
I'm like watching you all dumbfounded, like, are you all just going to walk straight in there and fight it on its home turf? Aren't we hunting? Shouldn't we like lay a trap or something out here in the daylight?
Are you going to be the bait?
Hey, shush.
It's like bait.
I'll
Even
look,
my own crow like caws from that, like it echoes off as well. Like
I like look around and I'll like shoulder the loot and my pack and that and kind of move in again, trying again not to look frightened, but not trying hard enough anymore.
try to keep your skirt from hitting the snow as you move, little girl. Come.
I'll like shrug off his statement and then head in.
You know a myriad of Ron songs from the cities, but afraid of a little cave. You're not going to make it long out here, boy.
I know all too well the dangers of stuff out here. That's all. I'm just.
You know stories. That's all fiction. You know people can make that shit up.
And like, yeah, he'll quieten up a little bit and put his head down and sort of maybe mutter to himself like, "Ain't too much of a story when it's happened to me." And then he'll like struggle to like shake off the fear and then put his head up again and be like, "Fine, if you say you know what you're doing, though, I don't."
Under the like plague doctor mask, Mort just gets like the slyest smile as he hears like the elf ears like twitch from that. And I like look to Liara and I'm like,
Yeah.
"Here we go."
Yeah. So, how far ahead can you have the lantern, Mort?
30 feet.
Okay, have it in front of us, and God damn, my camera's froze. I'll fix that.
All right.
The hood on the lantern's got it, so the light's only shining in one direction. So there we go. So it's just pointing out into the cave, so it's not shining back at us. So we should be in the darkness, and it'll be harder for us to be seen. But yeah, she's just gonna follow in and try and be quiet. Stay a little behind me.
All right. Yeah.
I'll
Throw
try
up.
to be sneaky.
All right. Yeah. Make a perception check, all of you, as you guys are all looking at. Who has dark vision, by the way?
Mort does. I got a 14.
Half elves. The half elves have dark vision. I can't remember.
Alright, so Chitin and Mort have dark
Yeah, no,
vision.
I do.
Alright, yeah, okay.
I want stealthy. Stealth sucks as well.
So Chitin has and Mort has. Let's see, perception. Yeah, it's very difficult to make anything out in this cave because it's quite large and very dark, and the light doesn't carry too far. You do notice that there's a massive ridge blocking your path forward. You seem to be able to climb a little bit, as you do feel like a strong draft from further up the cave, indicating that there is perhaps some kind of exit there, a path forward. And as you guys are kind of walking through the mountain itself, you notice a surprisingly large amount of bones, like small bones, scattered around, and the remnants of an old campfire.
Immediately, I'm going to turn to Mort and be like, "See, I told you this is what happens when you fight things on their own turf."
What? You turn them into bones, and I chuck a femur at you. It's it skips across the ground, like missing you easily. I just grab a couple of more bones, and I just look, it's wonderful. It's like a science kid's wet dream. And I start piling some of the bones into my bag, and they're what is this? As I look in my bag, and I throw a femur, that's well rotted from the last adventure that I had. I throw that to the side. I don't need that anymore. And I just put a couple more of the better bones in. Oh, this bone looks great, and I just throw that in there.
Yeah,
I'm looking at him very confused and looking to the others while he's making all this noise. Is this really how we hunt out here?
Yeah, I'm kind of just sort of shaking my head, just I've never seen somebody so excited about bones before. So it's just or in that fashion, I should say. Just very.
I just assume that this is what adventurers are all like. They just run in, and pick up the bones, and make as much noise and don't give a fuck because they're super strong or whatever. And I'm just way out of my league. As I'm looking around these other huge people and this crazy wizard type.
I have a hip bone, and I'm chewing on it to make sure that it's right. I'm oh,
I'll be
that's a hip bone. I put it in there. I'm look at the rest of you. I go, really? This stuff is weird to you? You're adventuring, and you're not going to last very long out here. Have you ever met a man? Well, Antwerp. If this is weird to you, you're not going to make it.
The beast may be near.
Perhaps we should sing it a song. I look to Chitin again.
I'm to be honest, I can sing a song that'll hurt it if you want to see, and I'll unclasp the loot case.
I start stepping back, and I mage hand the torch upside down over you, so it's like a spotlight.
Take the loot out, put it on my shoulder, and then I'll kind of go, Liara, he's sort of telling me to do things again, and it's going to be loud.
No,
Darkness.
We must be quiet.
I don't do it. There's bait here. We'll find a monster with bait.
It is best to not give our position away.
How else are we going to find it then?
Okay. I'll move the loot around on my back. I'll keep it out now and rest.
I turn the torch back up, and I go, disappointing. Let's keep going.
Liara's gonna head down to around the campfire and just take a quick look around to see, because there's bones there and something had to cause the bones, so she's gonna go down and kind of investigate, see if she can figure out what made bones up here.
Are you gonna are you actively trying to figure out who the bones belong to, or what made the creatures possibly perish?
Yeah, she wants to figure out what killed the bones.
Make a medicine check.
Medicine check.
Medicine check.
Oh man, it's just the same as perception for me. Well,
gotta love that wisdom, right?
I got 13.
As you grab a few bones, the bones that are left behind that weren't picked up by the overzealous type that was collecting bones. It's difficult to tell because there's both aggressive bite marks on them, as well as cuts and fractures. It's difficult to tell if they were done post-mortem or not. But the bones itself have taken quite a beating, but it's very difficult to tell if they were actually done, yeah, when they were alive or not. If these are like the remnants of a combat, or if this is just a creature that died and then was later consumed by something else.
What is going on?
Your webcam is freaking out somewhat fiercely. It is beautiful.
What the fuck it's doing?
It's possessed.
It is somewhat possessed, yes.
In the meantime.
Well then. So yeah, like anybody else that like inspects the bones and such, see what they are from, or?
I'm not gonna inspect the bones. I'm sort of like, I want to look around the room and check for, like, I don't know, some like things that aren't dead, like not bones, just other things.
All right.
Just scout the room for
Give me
things out of
a-
the ordinary.
Like you already like were looking around instinctively previously, and you didn't saw anything out of the ordinary besides the fact that there's a point, where you can climb upward. You have found like the most convenient point, especially since you know how to deal with, you know, with the rocks and with climbing and being just in mountains in general. You find like a convenient spot to climb up to presumably continue your path.
So
Well, I guess we should continue.
yeah, I just move forward to the front again and start edging my way. I guess I'm gonna look back because we all in formation moving ahead still, or
Yeah.
I stay between Strongwalker and Liara at all times, if possible.
I'll stay second. I'll stay right behind Strongwalker.
Sounds good.
Moving the torch like over.
Right, since you guys have to go up, I want everybody to make an athletics check right now.
Oh, damn.
Can I use
CG boys.
acrobatics?
wow, I rolled a 1.
Okay, I rolled the one as well.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
finally
Holy-
looking.
Wait, you have a +6?
Yep.
Yeah, shit.
Can I use acrobatics instead of dexterous?
Yeah, I will allow it.
Flaming thing.
Yeah, you can do it. Alright.
Cool.
Well, yeah, chitin is surprisingly strong for its, for all the, weight that he is carrying. And Liara, just kind of like ninjas her way up, jumping off certain points, and lands, as Mort and Strongwalker are left kind of at the bottom, trying to climb up, but with the darkness, and just the sharpness of the stone and the slipperiness, it's surprisingly difficult to actually find footing and be able to carry yourself up here.
Do you require assistance, Strongwalker?
And I'm gonna double down efforts. Can I roll athletics again?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
I'm too bold to ask for help, so I'm literally just gonna double down efforts.
Alright, go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah,
there you go.
it does take a while for you to get up, after having to double down on efforts, but, yeah. While doing so, the second attempt, having kind of felt out the wall and kind of know how to climb it from this point forward and avoid the sharpness of the stone, you're able to make your way up quite easily without breaking anything. Mort, you are now the only one downstairs.
Mort just literally like looks up and just goes,
Can I sort of mumble down like, you won't make it long out here if you can't climb a few rocks, and then I'll look to like Strongwalker and Liara for some like.
and I like Manarok. I like drop to my knees and eyes roll back and I fly Manarok right behind Chitin's head and I just go, Gah! Gah!
I have dark vision, so I get to see the raven this time, right?
Yeah, you see the raven come around your head.
Can I just like bat at it as it makes a
Yeah.
raven noise?
Yeah.
And like Mort like turns back into himself like, oh, sorry. I
Yeah.
thought that was quite funny.
Yeah.
But no, I'm not going to be able to climb this. Are you kidding me? I'm a scientist.
Just a
Hold
moment, Mort. And Liara goes into her bag and she pulls out her hammer and a piton and hammers it in between some rocks and ties a rope around it and chucks the rope over the edge and says, "This should help you."
Wow, such a life of luxury I lead. Very well. Let's climb using your rope.
Make an athletics check with advantage, because now you have the rope and such as well.
17.
Alright. Yeah, like, you do much, you have to use that rope to get up there, and you do finally also make it up there. Somewhat exhausted.
How far is the drop?
It's about 15, 20 feet or so.
Okay, so it's not too far. Like, more like steps over the edge and, like, looks down. And, like, looks to Manrock and, like, nods. And, like, looks back to the rest of you and goes, well, we have to run away. We might want to find another direction to do it. Jumping over this ledge will probably definitely kill you. And I point to Chitin.
I just nod, like, I probably would, you're right.
This man here might be fine, to be honest. He could just, like, cartwheel over the edge and be fine. But we need to keep going.
I expect he can probably lift me up and jump.
Right.
And I start floating the torch forward and continue.
Lantern. It's a lantern.
And as you go, as you guys move forward, it's a seemingly empty cave. You still find remnants of just corpses, small corpses that are scattered around, long forgotten. As you find yourself going around one of the tunnel structures and finding daylight, as well as a stronger draft. It seems the higher you get, the stronger the wind and how thinner the air is. As you guys are climbing up, you must be, after spending half an hour moving forward and such, in addition to the initial climb, like, you must be a couple of 100 feet off the ground now. As you guys finally reach the end, and there's only really one way up. It's a long, thin path upward that seemingly seems to go inside a cave once again.
We should be nearer the beast now. Perhaps your familiar can scout ahead once again, Mort.
Very well. Very well. And I'll, like, snap my fingers and cast the spell as I snap my fingers, drop to my knees again, like, topple over onto the side, more like a ragdoll. And I turn into Manrock, which flies off of the bag of Strongwalker, like, under his armpit, and flies ahead 100 feet as the torch, like, hovers 30 feet in the air.
As your raven flies out, I want you to make a Constitution saving check for your raven.
Oh boy, that's elaborate. Raven's Constitution being minus.
Make a strength check. Sorry, make a strength check.
That's even worse. Can it be Constitution?
No strength.
Oh god, it's -4. So 7.
All right. So the raven kind of, like, acknowledges your command, and it flies outward from your backpack out into the opening, and it just, like, and it smashes against the side of the mountain and just starts tumbling down as it tries to fly up, but the strong winds at this height are just completely pushing it downward outside of your reach as you forcefully get rejected out of this vision, as the bird just keeps tumbling and tumbling down, and has taken, at this point, for every 10 feet he tumbles down and is smashed against the walls and the sharp rocks. Every turn he takes 1d6 damage.
He just pops immediately.
Yeah,
he hits the first rock, and just, like feathers that just disappear into ethereal, and like more like this time he actually throws up in a like green and red like puke, and like he like wakes up and like pulls his mask off of the back, like, oh my god, and there's like a droplet of blood that comes down his eye, and he's Manrock's dead.
That's some major dump shock.
Oh shit!
Are you okay,
Forget it.
Mort? Will you be okay?
Yeah, I mean, the last time that happened to me was, well, it was a brothel in Iran. She was just a little testy. I insulted her a little too much. But no, Manrock is gone for the day, at least. It's a lot of wind outside. Nasty weather, indeed.
I'm glad the familiar discovered that, and not any of us.
Yeah. As if Manarok's life doesn't mean anything, right?
Strong Walker, your experience with mountains, is this safe for us, or should we try to lure the creature in from here?
The winds. I assume we can we hear the winds from here?
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially at you guys near the opening. You can definitely feel the strong wind as well. Like it's not like pushing you around, but that's because you kind of are sheltered within the opening of the cave, and you guys have not gone outside yet. You've kind of peeked, and you have been able to, like, you know, as you peek outside of the cave and you see the path, you can definitely feel like your eyes immediately watering with this sharp cold wind. And like if you have any loose hair, like you don't, as you have like a very short shaved mohawk, but yeah, it's a very aggressive pulling wind.
So I guess the second I feel that cut from the wind on my face, I kind of pull back inside. The winds are very sharp. The pathway is not easy. I do have some rope. If you guys are sturdy of foot, we could tie ourselves together, anchor yourselves to myself, and maybe venture forth. But
the creature appeared to issue a challenge in return when Kaiten let out that whatever that was. Perhaps you could do it again, Kaiten, and the creature would once again respond, and perhaps we could draw it into the mouth of the cave.
It was actually a perfect C note, in case you were wondering. It was perfect. Just, okay, I can give it a go. But it's pretty loud and we're in this cave. We might kind of go deaf.
We shall cover our ears.
All right. Cover your ears.
She steps like way back and like...
Alright, yeah, everybody steps way back from, Alright.
Yeah. Yep.
Alright, Mort. Are you stepping way back from, Kaiten as well?
No.
Alright.
He's just going to play a note on his lute.
I'm
More
going to
notes
sing a
very
note.
well.
I'm going to sing a perfect C note.
Alright, well, in that case, yeah, go ahead, Kaiten. Go ahead.
More like crosses his arms.
I'll turn to Strongwalker and be like, if it comes running, will you get in its way before it eats me?
And I give him a nod and like a snort.
I'm going to look at Mort and be like, yeah, it's your funeral. And I'll... And it will just get loud.
Alright, yeah, and in this in a very similar fashion, what you once saw, like this almost this like visible shockwave that just instantly disappears as fast as it appeared, and just causes this blast wave. Mort, you take you get blasted away, about. Oh no, you don't get blasted away actually.
No, I think he just
Yeah,
takes that.
I do.
Yeah, you take 4 thunder damage as some of the blood starts pouring down both your ears, and it rings. Even if you cover your ears, it still kind of stings. It doesn't do actually damage, it stings as the echo feeds other echoes. It's this piercing sound that is followed as the echo dies, kind of followed by silence. The wind comes back in as you are then met with a quite loud howling in a return that just carries over the icy winds down. It almost shakes the vibration of the cave that you are in as this low guttural howl strikes from quite nearby. It's very difficult to tell where it actually is coming from. Make a perception check. It's quite difficult because the echoes are kind of making it sound like it's coming from both sides at the same time. So make a perception check.
Towards the Goliath.
Everybody?
Yeah, everybody makes a perception check, and I want More to make a perception check with disadvantage. Because yeah, he's just still reeling from the thunder, as blood is kind of like pouring into his ears. Alright, so you are all kind of... You are unable to detect where it exactly is coming from. If it's coming back from if it's actually on top of you, if it's like at the entrance you guys came from, or if it's the place that you could have gone through if you decided to move forward. You can't tell where it is coming from, but it is surprisingly nearby, and it now also painfully knows where you guys are.
Yeah. Lyrica turns to him and says, well, I think that worked. Let us... Shall we return to the ledge? At least there we know that it can only come from one direction, or it'll have to climb to reach us.
I think that is a good idea.
The only problem is we'll have our backs. We won't be able to retreat very far, if at all.
Our backs to a 15-foot ledge. I don't like it.
Exactly.
Unless we work to divert it over the ledge itself.
We could
High ground ourselves.
go back and climb down the ledge. The rope's still there, so it's easy climb down if we are not being attacked by a beast.
And you now start to feel like the ground kind of like vibrates slightly with each step, that it's almost like a something heavy is approaching. You guys have been taunting something, and whatever it is may very well be near.
We think it's coming for us now.
Can I tell which foot feels it first?
So,
Some people tell the direction, or who feels it first, because there's 4 of us. And
make a
most
perception check. Make a perception check.
I'm trying to like I can feel this rumbling, right? Like through me in some way, or
Yeah. You are unable, like, the way you position it sounds like you are so in position in such a way that you have your back against one of the openings, so like it hits kind of both feet at the same time. So it's very difficult for you to kind of detect where exactly it is coming from, but it is showing up, and it's nearing. Like the vibrations, with each passing couple of seconds, you can feel that the vibrations are definitely getting closer and closer.
we don't have the fucking bird anymore.
And we can actually feel the is this the vibrations of like a beast stepping? Is that what this...
You don't know, like it seems to be like a stepping pattern, yeah. Like,
okay. One of the things that okay, no, never mind. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, I'm just gonna double down and grab my sword a little bit stronger and ready myself.
I'm gonna put my back against a wall somewhere and then whisper a prayer to Hermod, the god of luck, quietly under my breath, and probably try not to piss myself.
You try not to piss yourself.
I mean, I don't. I wouldn't say he's a coward, but he is
No.
so far out of his comfort zone right now, and there's something coming down a dark cave to eat us. And yeah, there's no way Kyton's not terrified. So yeah, I'm gonna back up against the wall and just.
Yeah,
prepare.
like you can clear it here. Like you can hear like and at this point also there's another howling sound that just sounds like this low guttural piercing that can only be described as fucking terrifying. Like even at this point, with this low guttural sound, even Strongwalker is like, okay, it's about to get real.
Yeah.
As you now can clearly tell, it's definitely coming from the path that you guys decided not to go to. Which seemed like the most common path, regardless, as that, you know, otherwise you may have encountered it already.
Yeah. Okay, so Liara's gonna back up as far from the entrance as she can get and ready an arrow.
Alright.
So prepare yourself. It approaches, so as soon as she gets sight of it, she's gonna let it loose and try and smack it before it can get its eyes on any of us, hopefully.
Alright, in that case, we're gonna take a break, and we will start combat. Get your characters into position during the break. I know you guys can see the rope and such. I drew kind of the battlefield, so make sure that you guys know where you are. You currently are still on top of the ledge, which is on the north side, so we'll be right back, chat, with combat against a creature of indomitable strength.
Good.
or something.
I'm
Or
grappling.
something. We'll be right back. Give or take 5 or so minutes. And we have returned with a passion. I hope. Let me unmute the beautiful people. There you go. Alright.
So passionate right now.
So passionate. Alright, as I previously stated, this creature is just around the corner. You can feel the vibrations in the floor with each step that it takes. It's large. It's definitely a creature of a significant size to be able to trigger that. You guys can hear its footsteps even through the howling wind. And I want you all, for me, to make a initiative check.
Yeah. One of the things that I wanted to do that I didn't get to do before, I was gonna swap off my shield or my sword for my shield and my javelin, because I don't think I've ever felt an actual beast or anything shake the ground to this extent. So I don't want to feel afraid, but like it's definitely, I have a shield. I'm gonna if there's one specific spot to use it, I'm gonna do it. So basically what it is, I'm just gonna reach like sheath edge, reach my back, just grab like a round wooden Viking shield is what it looks like.
All right.
And then I'm gonna reach the back, grab a javelin, and that's it.
All right.
I'm arrow ready for when it makes my lane of sight. If you'll let me get an arrow off at it.
Yeah, you can ready an action. Like this is before. Like this is like it's still not there. I'm just allowing you guys to roll initiative. He knows where you guys are. But...
I need no token. I have no token or something. How do I?
Yeah, you guys have. You have one. It's the red-headed elf. There you go.
Those initiatives. Holy shit. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, initiative is being done nicely.
Do the thing here.
4. Nice. All right. I still need initiative from our Goliath.
Yeah, it should. Okay, there we go.
There you go. Beautiful initiatives. God damn. All right, so Liara had an action readied. As indeed this Goliath, the Yeti now stands and fills almost the entire mound of this cave. As you see this black silhouette against the light of the outside. There's only faint light on the inside. The light that comes in from outside, as well as the torch that is still kind of floating around at this point. As you now see the vast, grotesque image of this creature. And indeed, like an arrow gets released. It does hit. However, it doesn't. You don't receive critical damage or anything. And it knew you guys were there, so it was kind of prepared, so you don't get advantage on it either. So, however, it does take 5 piercing damage as this arrow kind of sticks in its fur, but he just kind of breaks it off and throws it away.
Yeah,
Seemingly,
it's not if it could sneak in against us. It's a big thing. So
yeah,
it's a big thing. Eat an arrow.
it seems relatively unarmed. Like there's some blood that pours down, but yeah, you did make a wound as some of its fur gets stuck, but it doesn't seem to like affect him too much. It's the equivalent of perhaps a larger than usual paper cut. All right, which brings us to the initiative order. Brad, you having the highest initiative. What does Caton do?
Yeah. The first thing that Chiton does is opens his mouth wide and just goes, "What the fuck is that?" And as he does so, it sends out like a magical, like it sort of laces the last couple of words with just fear, and that'll be a vicious mockery I send towards the beast in front of me.
All right, so it has to make a DC saving throw, or do I? And if he makes it, nothing happens, right? All right.
Insane. 15 is insane.
Man, that's so good.
Yeah, that charisma, man. Is
Yeah.
nuts.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what happens. Yeah, like your surprise becomes magical fueled, and like there's this kind of like you see him like kind of flinch as something seems to have like some mystical force that's kind of like made him do that flinch, like a stabbing feeling, like just behind the back of his eyes, as he suffers 2 psychic damage, and his next attack has disadvantage. If he makes an attack before the end of his next turn, correct? Yeah.
Inside the Yeti's head, it just hears, the fuck is that? The fuck is that?
Yeah, like this weird echo. As his eyes become slightly bloodshot. Not that you can see that.
And I'll like start moving backwards, but as I do so, I'll kind of shout towards Strong Walker, like, "You can do it, Strong Walker! Cut his fucking head off!" And I'm gonna run backwards, and that will be me giving you a bardic inspiration as well, as to sort of lace my words, my tongue again, silver tongue, again, sort of sending these words through the air, and they sound almost like a melody, but again, the fear is really the most common. Component.
But nonetheless, like a Strong Walker, you feel inspired to prove yourself. You have said you would keep him safe. Now you're gonna keep him safe. Yeah, for the upcoming 10 minutes, you have a 1d6, I believe. Bonus die to. Yeah, you can use that die in addition to not to damage rolls, but to attack throws, saving throws, and all that.
Any time within the next 10 minutes, I can use 1d6 on attack or save.
Yeah. There you go. It's
a lot of writing, but there it is.
Yeah. It's quite simple.
So, as he's shouting that out, like I still have my shield there. I got my javelin, and again, like my weapons are like sized for me. And this javelin's like, as I pull the javelin out of my pack, like because these javelins like 8 feet long, it literally is folded in half. So as you pull the javelin out, like I just kind of like flick it with my wrist, and the bottom half like snaps out and it locks in place. So that's sort of how you take it out. I took it out of the pack. But as he shouted that out, I like just swing the thing above my head, and I'm ready to go.
All right.
It's so hype.
It's still called Hero for some reason, because somebody has not renamed his character. But nonetheless, make me actually, I'll call it more, don't worry. Like, I will fix that for you. Yeah. Like, that's because there's no other token for you. Yeah, it's nonetheless, this surprisingly weird-looking dwarf plague-masking wizard, is now going. Your turn.
Mort is going to raise both fingers like hand crossbows and bravely run away.
Okay. You decide to like back off. You pop around the corner all the way back.
Here, and I'm going to ready myself with a Ray of Sickness. As soon as that Yeti drops down to attack, I'm Ray of Sickness it.
Okay, so when it attacks, like you don't have a line of sight right now, so you would have to go to the other corner.
Oh yeah, you're right.
But you ready your action to see, like once it strikes perhaps Strong Walker, you will use your action to cast Ray of Sickness. Alright, keep that in mind. Goliath, your turn.
Okay, so I am standing at the mouth of this opening. This vicious Yeti beast, this giant. How tall is this thing anyway, by the way?
It's bigger than you. It's like a solid 8+ feet.
Okay, well this is something that happens whenever I come up against something that's bigger than me. I have things in my hand. I basically just like put my hands to my side, and I like just kind of stance myself out, and I just start yelling. I just start screaming, and then in Giant I say, or I yell at this thing, "I am going to fucking tear your head off!" And I burst into a rage.
All right.
And I go in with my javelin. Like I just like post my shield up, and with form from like many years of technique practice, whatever, I just thrust the javelin straight in, and doing the thing such as attacks like this, bing bang with rage.
Go ahead, yeah, and like you hear this echoing, guttural, angry sound, followed by this, of a language you cannot understand. Similar on the volume levels of this Yeti that has been howling at you guys as well. As you start to froth at the mouth, like your sanity kind of leaves you, as you instinctively just start to jab this javelin right into its chest, and you strike true as it takes 11 piercing damage. Liara, your turn.
Yeah, Liara's gonna draw her bow back, and because this thing hasn't taken a turn yet, she gets advantage. And she's gonna ping a shot right into it. Oh, sweet.
Damn.
Yep, 4 of that, and then it's a crit, so it's 11 plus my 4d6 sneak
Yeah,
attack.
but if it's a creature before your stuff, it's a crit, right?
If it hasn't taken a turn yet, I get advantage on the attack.
Alright, so you do a total of 22 damage.
Yep. Don't know about you, I'm feeling 22.
So like this, you like completely prepared for whatever is about to come. You strike the arrow and it hits it in its eye. You hear this like painful screeching sound, as it just kind of stumbles back, as this arrow's kind of stuck in its eye, or what once was its eye. It pulls it out, like there's this weird blob next to it. It kind of throws it out, blood pouring. You can see the teeth, the sharp teeth, as it uses Chilling Gaze on our barbarians, as he's the only person who we can really actively see who just stabbed him. So I want from you a Constitution saving throw from the barbarian.
Really bad.
Oh,
Right.
nice, man. That's a 20.
I have a 19 con.
You're gonna need it.
Yeah, we're
Hold
gonna
on.
need it today.
I know the stat block of this thing sucks.
And a bardic inspiration.
Alright, yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Like you can feel like some kind of magic trying to force itself and take over your body, but you are just like, you shrug it off. You are able to take most of it. Like it's like you are used to like shrugging off all kinds of weird effects that affect the body. You're not a sweat. However, as you do that, he takes his claws and just slashes one down on you, which I believe is with disadvantage, the first one. Vicious Mockery only affects the first attack, not the entire turn, right?
I would have thought, yeah, otherwise that'd be OP.
Yeah. Alright, so this is... yeah, that is completely missed. As this sharp pain behind its eye, the other eye, the eye that he still has, kind of like blurs his vision. He swipes but misses. He goes in for a second swipe without disadvantage and strikes true.
Yes, 20 is a hit.
Yeah,
I think it's 3 attacks a turn.
he takes two. He takes. You can do a Chilling Gaze and 2 claw attacks. So what you will receive is, you take 6 slashing damage, but you are raging, so it's only 3 slashing damage.
Yep.
Because it's halved. However, you also take an additional 1d6 cold damage, so you take a full 4 cold damage, because that is not affected. So you feel like this intense frostbite as the claw smacks down on you, and your skin kind of freezes, is the best way to describe it.
Just curiously, I have like a thing where I have a natural adaptation to cold climates. That wouldn't have any effect on that, would it?
No, it would not. That doesn't give you cold resistance.
Okay, I was just had to ask because it's something with due to the cold.
You won't,
At which
usually that
point-
means that you just don't get disadvantage for being in cold areas because it's cold. You don't get cold damage resistance.
Damage. I would say it if it did damage, it would definitely say it did damage as well. So okay.
At
So
which
that was
point,
what, 3
Mort
at
would-
7,
Mort would
right?
shoot it.
Sorry?
Mort would shoot it at this point.
Yeah, like you had an action ready for Ray of Sickness, so go ahead. Cast
I
the Ray
like
of
spin
Sickness.
around the corner and I like both like hand crossbow pistol guns like like shoot off a ray of sickness as like 2 spears of poison damage reach out from my fingertips to hopefully actually hit this thing. No, doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, like it's very difficult. You're striking from darkness, and there's like multiple people in front of you. So you try to go around, and you kind of slide due to just the snow and the smoothness of the rock here, as you miss completely. It hits the rock like 5-10 feet away from the original targets. Brad, of course, Chitin, your turn.
After seeing Liara be awesome, he's going to back up a little more, but once again, sort of shout towards the Yeti, or whatever it is. You're a big, lumbering ugly, slattern woman wench. And then because his fear is just like it's probably the least charismatic he's ever been in his entire life, while this enormous creature killing this giant Goliath in front of him, and send off another vicious mockery towards him. Do you need to roll it again before you are?
Yeah.
There you are.
Yep. So another potential 3 psychic damage. 10 plus 1. All right. Yeah, he once again feels this sharp pain as this very frightened young half-elf tries to mutter something, but the magic still conveys the point. And there's this once again this sharp pain that the Yeti feels just behind the remaining eye, as it now takes another 3 psychic damage, as well as receives a disadvantage on the next attack roll he makes. Which brings us to Mort, unless our bard wants to do anything else.
Put my hand on Liara's shoulder and sort of whisper into her ear as I walk away, like, looks like Hermod really does need to be with us. Good luck, my friend. And I'm going to move backwards as I give her a bardic inspiration and head to the other side round here as well.
Right.
And hide.
For the next 10 minutes, you have a 1d6 for ability attack rolls or saving throws. Which brings us to Mort. What do you do?
Mort like takes a finger guns and like he even makes this. He makes the sound effects with his mouth, and like 2 spectral force ammo like falls to the ground, and I take one and I just magic missile.
All right.
Overly dramatic, but that's how I do. Oh fuck!
Well, that's a lot of damage. However,
I deal 12. So 41 minus 29.
wait, what?
I don't know. I deal 12.
5.
Yeah, 12.
Did I just roll
3.
via the spell so I can actually see? It's 3d4 plus 3, right?
Yeah, it's 3, 2, 4 plus 3. So I rolled 5.
Oh,
plus
okay.
4 plus
Like that, so it's 12 damage. Alright,
I
so yeah.
just hit the 2.
Alright, so yeah, like 3 magic missiles kind of like streak past Liara over the floor and arc into this Yeti. 3 tiny explosions as it kind of like staggers back, starting to look quite rough.
I just laugh at it. I got you this time, Sonny Jim!
Which brings us back to the barbarian, who is muted.
Rip classic.
Oh, darn it.
Damn it, Bobby.
God damn it, Bobby. I am going to. So I just took some serious damage from this guy. Probably the first time in his whole life that he's ever like taken like that sort of like actual blow. Like took pretty much half my vitality away. So like that really pissed me off. So like I still have my shield raised, and with my javelin I put it above my head and I like kind of spin it a few times, and then with a very like precise thrust. Have you ever have you ever seen the movie like 300?
Yeah.
How like they like stab like extremely like on point, like they trained like 700 million years. That's the exact same thing, and I'm stabbing right for his face.
All right, go for it.
One. I still enraged. Big bang. With a 12.
Yeah, you still hit him. Like you,
Okay.
You stab him. It's a large creature. It's very easy to hit. You are able to like still hit him as he tries to slam this javelin out of your hand, and he takes 9 piercing damage. All right, which brings us to the to Liara.
Pew. I don't have advantage, sadly, but
Yeah, however you do strike, like the arrow still kind of like finds its neck as he takes 8 piercing damage. He's looking pretty rough, but he still stands. As you believe, also get another 9 damage. Okay, it starts like kind of waver on itself. It's at its opening death's door right now. It's like moving in, signed its leash. It's about ready to go, which brings the Yeti forth. However, he sees with his dark vision into the tunnel like the person responsible for the fact that he lost his eye and he's bleeding. I want you to make a Constitution saving throw.
okay. I'm gonna make my con save. Bada boom. Boom.
Yeah, you make it. Like, you feel this intense cold, like, trying to perpetrate or at least cover your body as you're able to like shrug it off. Just about. It takes quite a bit of effort, but you're able to like shrug it off and you are seemingly unaffected by it. And then it takes 2 swings at the barbarian in front of us. First attack with disadvantage as the psychic damage still kind of radiates behind the one eye that remains. So let's see what we have. It's 21 and a 12. So that misses. He raises his claw and slams it down, but you raise your shield just in time. As you feel the severe strength behind the blow, but you are unaffected by that. However, the second attack also misses as you keep huddled behind your shield. And you keep safe, you keep steady. Brad, or Kaiten. Change the name.
So Kaiten can still hear this thing going crazy around the corner and kind of steals himself and just dashes back out behind the Ara. Never any further. And he's going to shout once again, because otherwise we're all going to die, at this thing. And he's going to call it a fat-kidneyed goat fucker. And then like turn back to Mort and give him a wink as if I'm more confident with fighting these things, and it'll be another
Alright. Vicious mockery.
Another vicious mockery, yeah.
Go ahead.
So, with these new sheets.
Alright. 1 psychic damage if he makes a save. He doesn't make his save, and he like there's this you can see his eyes go bloodshot. He almost falls over but steals himself as he just like leads to this painful, angry screech. He literally has like 1 health left. And he takes disadvantage on the next attack he makes. Mort, which brings us to you.
Mort takes a 5-foot step off to the side, this time gaining more confidence as the young bard continues to swear at the Yeti. And he like holds out another like finger this time as he switches it out, like makes the like sound of like a register like spinning, or the canister spinning around, and his fingers shoots off fireballs. Just like
Alright, go ahead, make it happen.
And fucks it up.
Yeah,
and
the
hits
firebolt.
the side of the cavern.
Yeah, the firebolt like once again kind of hits the same place where that ray of sickness hit, just like about next to it, scorches the side of the cavern, and nothing
Damn.
seems to be on to happen. Alright.
I'm empty! Like cocking a couple times.
Strongwalker, your turn.
Okay, I see that this thing is extremely battered and bruised, as
Yeah.
you said. This thing is hurting. All right, so what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna look at him and just start absolutely just screaming, and like, quick question, am I able to change gear on a turn and attack, or is that too much?
Change gear?
To put my shield back.
No, you cannot
sword.
like put your
That's
shield
a full
back, put your
action?
javelin back, and pull your sword. Like you can drop it and pull your sword. Yeah.
Okay, well, with and attack, I'll be able to do that.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
I just dropped it. Okay.
Yeah.
So So I'm just standing there like screaming at this thing, locked eye to eye. I literally just dropped my javelin and my shield to the side. I like kind of like shift my body and grab edge by the handle and swing it around into both hands, and I go into make an attack with rage. 17.
All right. Yeah, that hits. So how do you slay this fiend?
Okay, so this is how I'm gonna slay this fiend. I got this thought out. So with that, I in the one swoop motion, I swing the sword up front, and I'm screaming at this thing, and I move in and shift my weight, and I kind of like trip him up with like just a basic like grappling move that we would do. We did for like, you know, just a basic move where you just like trip him up. So I trip him up onto the ground, and he falls to the back, and I just take my sword and come up and just bury it right between his eyes, right into his brain while he's on his ground.
Right. Yeah. Like you knock him over. Like, and he's already like at death's door, and his eyes missing. So it doesn't take too much effort. As he falls forward, you just cleave that great sword right in its skull. It's like you get halfway through, as he just like falls slack onto the ground, like all kinds of juices and blood spilling from it as the arrows that were stuck in it kind of like break under the sheer weight of the Yeti as it falls forward. But beyond that, yeah, it's you have bested this creature. And you are victorious.
As its head cracks open, do we see little wisps of magic and just hear, goat fucker, goat fucker, goat fucker?
No, like the inside, if you were to study it, may look different, but you don't know that.
I think I will probably immediately like clap with just the child, the part of me that is the child would literally just be like, "We did it! We did it! We killed the beast! You killed the beast!" And I'll point at the Goliath.
And I look back and, Kaiten, I would not have killed it without your help. Have more faith in yourself next time.
I don't know what you're talking about. You killed it. You were stood in front of it, and it was. You'll be the center of me song. I tells you. That was. And then I'm gonna sort of still myself again and be like, "Hey, that was okay, I suppose." You're right.
Well, yeah, I was gonna head on over to it since she's just really been shooting at this massive silhouette, this furry silhouette, and she's gonna kind of like crouch down and have a look and make sure that it's got lots of good fur on it that we'll be able to sell.
Yeah, like Mort comes like sliding in on the snow and like medical bag already out. I'm trying to like stop the blood from reaching other bits of the fur, cleaning the fur up as best as I can.
Quite the first quite bloody now, especially with the cleave in its face and the arrows that drew blood, and just it's looking like it has large chunks of good fur, but some of it have been pierced, of course, like the javelin that caused it, the arrows and such. There's small holes, but nothing that cannot be patched up by an experienced leather worker. Now, it seems to be in, as far as it can be, in relatively good condition.
Right. Does it look like we'll be able to drag it or lift it out, or are we going to have to skin this thing? Because it is huge, right?
I should be able to.
Oh, let's test it. And more like looks over. He goes,
well, yeah.
Walker, try this thing.
And I go over. Just out of character, I have a thing as a racial. It's called Powerful Build. You count as one size larger when determining your carrying capacity and the weight you can push, drag, or lift. So basically, I count as a large when it comes to all that stuff. So I should be able to lift something. If I would assume he was large.
Yeah, like he is large, but he's a lot bigger than you in terms of like actual structure. Like he would be twice your weight.
Okay, well, if I can't lift him, I'll drag him then.
You can drag him, but with that comes the responsibility of the fur getting damaged. Also, you guys are quite high up, so he would have to be dropped down. Plus, there's a very thin path that got you here to begin with. Like the original path, it was like already difficult terrain. So it's gonna be extremely difficult and dangerous if you just guys gonna drag it down or lift it.
So it's like strong. It becomes obvious to that more to kind of, well, it appears we're going to have to skin it.
Besides, bardic inspiration.
Yeah. It kind of looks and says, I am not skilled in skinning such creatures. Perhaps, Strongwalker, you're a man who's dealt with animals and creatures in the past. Perhaps you are best suited to skin this.
I have skinned a beast or two in the past. Out of character really quickly, I'm curious. I have 50 feet of rope, okay? I'm curious because like with my survival and all that stuff, do you think I'd be able to make it so that we'd be able to tie up this beast and have it enough rope on either side so we could sort of like take the weight of it to some extent, or make it
like to lift
it?
To carry it down.
Even to get over the edge, I have 50 feet of rope. It's only a 15 to 20 foot drop. That should be enough to like.
Yeah, but we have to drag it. We don't want to drag it. Dragging.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like it's gonna be like mechanically speaking, it's possible. But it's also possible to like defeat an adult white dragon at level 1 if he never makes his hits. You know, like, do you get my point?
It's true.
It's gonna be
it's better option.
Probably too risky. Yeah.
The odds are not in your favor. Like, but you have like you still feel inspired. So, and especially if you perhaps get some help from people that are proficient in at the very least nature, if not nature, survival. Like if anybody is
Yeah,
proficient
well,
in
I have
survival.
a proficiency in survival, so I could do that and use my bardic inspiration to skin it if need be.
Yeah, is anybody
I
else
think,
proficient in
that's
survival?
the best route. Mort will help, but Mort is not proficient actually.
I'm
Nah.
not proficient either. No.
And then like you won't get a benefit from helping, if you will. Like, but yeah, like you could just take your time, take it slow, and just
Okay.
try and skin it.
Yeah, so I'll do that. I mean, do I have to roll to do that? Or
Yep.
Yep,
Roll
okay.
for it. All right.
So
Survival
I'll
with an
do,
extra d6.
yeah, so I'll just do survival
Don't fuck up. Okay.
plus. Oh god.
Yep, that's not great.
Oh god. Oh god. 13.
All right. Like you do take your time, but it's very difficult to like your expertise lays elsewhere than specifically skinning the beast. As you try to, like, you get like a good few chunks out of it though. However, like the more difficult parts, you try to like do as damageless as possible. When it comes down to the legs and the arms, you kind of mess them up. Like there's a few deep cuts in the fur itself as you try to like skin it off its body. So like you get about it's difficult to say. Like you get like a little bit more than half of good fur and like a bunch of like scraps, if you will. It's less than favorable, but perhaps still acceptable, hopefully.
I should have totally rolled it, man. I had great survival rolls just waiting. Look at
Oh.
that.
Oh, Mort like looks at the pile of like white leather scraps that we have. Well, we have to do with what we got. Pick this up, pack it up. Let's get this out of the way.
Right,
We
nobody
already agreed on a
else.
fixed sum.
Nobody else takes anything else, just the fur. Like there's a massive Yeti here, right? Like it has massive like nails and it has horns, fangs,
We have some meat from it.
meat indeed
Yeah,
as
let's
well.
just
Yeah, I'm gonna take its horns.
I make a
destroy
survival
the whole
check.
body. Yep.
Make a
What's that?
survival check.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm doing it. Just take its horns. Survival check.
Yep.
What's his name's probably gonna get absolutely pissed at me for taking the guy's horns, but fuck him. He didn't ask for horns. He asked for fur.
Yeah, like the horns, like, since you have kind of like fucked up its head, most of its skull, and the parts that's kind of connected are kind of like
Yeah.
already crushed. So you can almost like pluck them off with your brute strength and have them quite in part. They make a nice souvenir.
Perfect.
Can I get some meat from my survival roll?
Yeah, like you too, like, like now, especially since the fur is off, you can see like most of it, you can see kind of where most of its good meat is, where you can get the most worth out of. You kind of cut away, yeah, you get like a good few chunks of large pieces of meat that could feed you for like a good couple of days if you find a way to preserve the meat and such.
Yeah. Cool. I'm going to put Yeti meat in my inventory then.
All right, yeah.
I'm not taking anything from it. I'm just sat back, like across the way. Maybe as the adrenaline runs out, he's just sitting down on the cavern floor. And I guess at some point you'll probably hear him say something along the line. He's kind of quietly sitting there, like, with arms the size of redwood trees, the Goliath wound back and struck the beast. He's kind of trying to work Strong Walker into the song a bit more.
Yeah.
But also completely wiped out. He's just like,
As she passes you by, she kind of taps you on the shoulder and says, "Remember my arrows? I do seem to recall sticking a few in the beast, and it didn't like it."
and then he like sings back the part about how Liara's arrow struck the eye of the creature.
So it's a
And he's
work in
like,
process.
Don't worry, there's a part for all of us. And then he kind of looks over at Mort, like, even all of Mort's misses.
Fucking Mort.
That's the song.
I mean, Mort's not going to get a very like amazing part in this song, considering all he's done. He's kiting all the way up the mountain.
Yeah, like and Leo, like throw a 1d6 for me, a 1d6 plus 1.
It was a 5, yo. That's a 6.
You get like three, like it's like 3 massive chunks of like Yeti steaks, if you will, perishable if you don't salt them enough or find a way to keep them. So that's it. Like, you guys taken some horns. You guys have taken most of its fur, either in a good shape or straps. Like, you do get a feeling that you may have to, like, tone down the amount of gold you're gonna get for this.
Yeah, we're losing a bonus.
It's looking a little bit rough, but yeah, like, you guys were going in thinking only like 150 gold, so whatever you get, it's probably still going to be more than you were originally expecting.
Curiously, back, I'm like, want to just remember back, and I'll use his memory or whatever. But did he specifically say that we had to have it in perfect shape? Like, did he say that, or we won't get our money?
He said
the bonus that we asked for. Yeah,
like he said,
Okay.
assuming like you guys, he got 400 gold, and then and then you guys started to barter for more gold, and he kind of, well, you know, if you guys bring the fur back in good condition, or the creature back in good condition, you know, like he did mention the good condition part. So you guys all know that you're gonna get a little bit less money for it, especially since the vast majority, like, you have less than favorable amounts of good fur. There's still good chunks in it though, but yeah, a lot of straps.
I think we just head back, right? Like,
Yeah.
we got nothing else to do.
I'm not even slightly bothered about the money. Like, I've forgotten entirely about it. I'm just happy to be alive.
All right, yeah, you guys, you like slowly start making your way down. The rope is still tied. You guys slide down as far as that is possible, or even jump down if you're feeling frisky. But beyond that, like, do you take the rope with you? Like, do you cut it down?
Yeah, like, I was gonna let everybody else get down first, and then she's gonna just pull the rope off the pin and use her crowbar to pull it out from between the rocks and stick it back in her pack, and then she'll dexterously climb down the rocks.
Give me a acrobatics check then. Yeah, it's a pretty large drop. So you take 1d6 bludgeoning damage as you like try to like do a 3-point landing. It's like, it's rough ground. It's like
Is
not
there
much.
any way I could make athletics to try and catch her?
Not anymore. It's too late for that. Jody rolled.
That sounds fine. Yeah, no worries.
You take 5 bludgeoning damage. Like, you really like you.
She face plants and like her legs scorpion up behind her, and she like slides a little bit.
Well, it's not that bad, but yeah, like it's you land quite gnarly. Like, you didn't expect to land that. It fucking stings, but you know, you walk it off. You can still walk. Nothing's broken.
I'll leave that out the song if you want, Liara.
It would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
As you guys find your way down, with all these some of the trophies, meat, and of course the large fur. Just work your way down. Of course, as you get outside, like, you kind of like hesitant to go outside because of the strong winds. But the strong winds, like, you know, you guys work your way down, like, it's a couple of 100 feet lower. So like the winds are significantly less powerful, and you are able to like traverse it. Especially now that most of the snow and most of the ice has like thawed away, or thawed away. Like, it's not too slippery. You can find your way if you take it slow, without too much of a problem. And you do find yourself at the beginning of the path, as that there's still like a kobold body there laying on the ground. As you guys move back into the highlands itself, coming out of the cave victorious.
Cool.
Yeah, we're just trekking on back. Around what time of the day is it actually?
It's about it's closing in on like 4 or 5 p.m. It's maybe 4:30 p.m. And you guys have like still got like a 4-hour travel ahead of you.
Yeah,
it's
we'll be traveling
winter.
a little bit in dim light.
It'll
But,
probably be dark.
Yeah.
Is Strongwalker like particularly hurt?
Yeah.
Like, real bad? Like,
If you were to take a guess, like, without like giving you numbers, I took like pretty much almost half my whole vitality, say. So like, I'm pretty banged up.
Then I suggest we pause for a moment. If you don't mind, I've got a little thing that I use. Sometimes I get robbed in the streets, and if they manage to get a few hits in on me, I've devised a kind of song which helps to heal wounds, and I'll like pull out my lute again, and then I'll cast Healing Word while singing what I have so far of my song about our glorious trek into the mountain and stuff like that.
You
I
guys,
love it. So
alternatively, you guys can also just like take a short break, 20 to 30 minutes, and he can spend his hit die plus. I believe. Oh no, you don't have Song of Rest ready. Yeah, not yet. So okay, never mind. Right.
Unless you guys want to rest, I figured we were just going to power on.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we should spend any time wasting. If we're gonna power it, we power through. If we're gonna try to rest, we might as well
Just rest it out.
It's a pretty good song, to be honest. I say as I sing at 7.
7. Oh damn. Yeah. So like as he's
Almost
playing,
minimum.
I'm really like feeling this. Like I'm enjoying the song. So I'm kind of I actually come over and sit down while you're playing.
Yeah, I'll like pull the thing out. Liara's arrow flying high struck the Yeti in the eye, kind of thing. Like,
Yeah.
like really.
And that healed me up perfectly. Like I'm perfect. Like
and you like the song reinvigorates you as like the wounds close as the magic as you being like reinvigorated in a magical fashion. You finally get a feeling that this little fragile young half elven boy has a lot more potential than perhaps once was thought of.
Quite
I
a
feel
good
like
song,
as he's like casting these like things, like again, like there's maybe a faint aura around him as he does so. Like his skin glitters. He looks more elven than human of the half elfness as he sings. Sometimes it's almost like enrapturing kind of thing, like a siren song.
More like takes off the plague doctor mask to the side, and he like looks. It's quite a miraculous song, actually. I'm not going to lie.
Like he's like, I think I'll write your part less harshly now. Nods his hat as he reclasps the loot case and plugs everything back on.
No need to decept people. My part is exactly how it should be. The truth is the truth. Do you know the fictional creature or race of people called halflings?
Of course. Wait, is there no halflings in this world?
Yeah, there are halflings. He just doesn't like
I was
them.
gonna say.
Because Wax Steven.
You would actually like being in the town. You would have interactions with many of them for sure.
Yeah, like there's multiple halflings in the city that you know of and have interacted with.
Have you heard of halflings?
Of course, I've heard of.
Story creatures. Yeah. There's a popular publishing company where I'm from. You should get that looked out. Maybe send that to them.
I'd love to. That's the plan.
It's not good. I think you could. Yeah, I think you could work wonders with it.
I'm planning on making quite the copper jar with this one, and I'm like looking as I'm clasping the loot and stuff again, kind of seeing dollar signs or the equivalent of the gold coin symbol in his eyes as he's thinking about the gold.
More like starts walking, like humming the tune as he does.
Yeah.
We should move quickly if we want to get back to town before dark. Even
All right.
so, I think we'll spend some time dark. So make our choice. Do we leave and make haste, or do we find somewhere to camp for the night?
Immediately back to frightened. We should go back to the city, surely. We don't want to stay out here all night. There's owlbears. I mean, I'd happily fight an owlbear, but we don't want to risk it.
Oh yeah, that is true. Like you guys forcefully march it, trying to like instead of having a half a day's travel, like make it even less than that. Forcefully travel it across the cliffside, of course, with the city far in the distance ahead. As the sun, indeed, in due time, as the hours continue, starts to set. Like it has this colorful shade of like dark red in the sky right now. However, your quick movement does make it harder to spot and easier to be spotted, especially in the open. So I want, I guess, Strongwalker, as he tends to take the lead, to make a perception check.
Okie dokie.
Come on.
Oh my god.
And roll D100 for me.
D100? Okay.
Yeah. All right. As you guys, apparently you seem like as you keep traveling, nothing seems to get into your way or seems to be willing to get near you guys. As you just make haste, the hours like in about 2 to 3 hours, you guys are able indeed to reach the city significantly quicker than you guys are accustomed to. You guys, really have like this sense of like luck as night kind of starts to fall somewhat fiercely as you guys hit the city. And the gates are already closed. The gates, they close around 6 to 7 when darkness falls, and then people that want to get through have to get checked out vigorously. As you guys see 3 individuals in the distance on the gate, 2 humanoids and a larger creature.
Yeah, we just make our way to the gate and just wait for it to be opened.
All right.
Yeah.
And as you guys approach it, you see like 2 soldiers, leather armor, some chainmail going on, and just holding on like a proper heavy crossbow. And one of them, the third creature is, you guys are familiar with him, everybody kind of is Radulf, who stands on the wall keeping a lookout as well with his men. And he just kind of looks down. He doesn't say anything because he sees Liara, but he kind of says anything and just gives this nod to why you guys are here. He's allowing you to like say something.
We're returning to the city.
We did a thing.
That's all she says. She doesn't even make eye contact. She just says, we're returning to the city.
Alright. He gives a look at the men on the walls and tells them to inspect as they walk down. Radulf stays on top to keep lookout as they come outside of the gate and kind of inspect you guys to see what is up and kind of like ask a few questions just as a security precaution to make sure that nobody fucks up the city once again. So they ask basic questions like where did you guys go to, why are you guys here so late, because you guys know that the gate closes this early. But you are familiar faces that I don't bother too much, especially once you guys perhaps showed like the horns of the Yeti, perhaps the meat and the furs, and explained you guys were here because of a request of Maron, which is a known face. He's one of the people.
Liara kind of sells it to them that she'd heard down the docks that people were worried of this creature because they'd spotted it as they were on their boats or whatever.
Oh,
yeah. She sells it to them that way, so it's more a service to the people.
All right, and at that point, like once like the 2 men at work are like kind of inspecting and asking a few questions, give the clear to the dwarf. He just kind of like, says, "Open the gate." As the gate, like, in a couple of minutes, then opens somewhat fair, not completely, but enough to let you guys through. You're now welcome into the city. And then as you guys move through the city, like Radulf gives you like this eye, like this following eye, Liara. Like you can just feel it burning in the back. And if you do happen to look at him, you do notice that he seems angry. Make an insight check. He always kind of looks angry, but
extra angry.
He just like, like you just feel as if he is you feel as if he is angry towards you. It's very difficult to say. There's clearly more to this because it's a complex situation. But he clearly is angry.
Well, he can get fucked. That's what she thinks. Yeah, she doesn't look at him that much. She just casts him a quick glance and then looks away.
All right. And you guys move into the city. What is it that you guys do?
I guess
we're heading to
probably best to just like wait for the night because that guy's probably turned in. It's pretty late, so maybe we should head back to the tavern and stuff, and then head to that guy tomorrow.
Yeah.
Plus, Liara wants to give Eve the meat. Give Eden the meat.
All right. And you guys just kind of go on your merry way, and perhaps do business that you guys wanted to attend to. Are you going to sell the meat to Eden right now, or?
She's just going to give Eden the meat.
Oh, okay, you just give him to me, like, that's done. Like he happily takes it. It's like it's very busy in the tavern as it is at night. Like there's no music being played because the only real bard that tends to play here in the corners was with you guys and is with you guys. And beyond that, yeah, like you guys just turn in for the night, maybe get a few drinks and don't visit any other individuals.
Yeah, we'll go see Maron in the morning.
All right.
It's probably better just to get indoors.
Okay. Now you guys do what you do. Maybe, you know, get a few drinks, maybe study up, whatever it may be. You guys all have a full rest. Everybody gets full their hit points back. All their spells are restored, reinvigorated. And of course, Liara, I want you to make a Constitution saving check.
Yep. Give me another good roll. Yeah,
all right.
maybe.
Yep, you are seemingly unaffected. You seem to be able to like deal quite well with it. As long as you don't overexert yourself, you seem to be able to handling it fine. All right.
Sweet. Yeah, so like in the morning when she sees everyone's gathered downstairs, Liara's gonna just say the group, let us go visit Markin, hand in work and get our gold and get on with a day to relax, perhaps. Is that agreeable?
Fine
I
by
think-
me.
I believe so, yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So after a hearty breakfast, which actually they had like large portions of that Yeti meat, which was
Good.
it tasted like, you know, like an actual meal for a change, like a good chunk of just meat. Yes. So it tasted quite good. And with that, you guys you go to Marcon. Once again, being led by Chiton, because he just kind of like, if in like mere moments you are in front of his door. He clearly knows the city surprisingly well. As you
There's
guys,
a couple of times when it looks like he's going to climb up like a drain pipe or something and move across the roofs, and then he kind of looks back and turns and says, "Actually, we'll go down this way, I think," and he runs down a little alleyway. It's always these weird little alleyways that you wouldn't even know were there, other than to throw a piss bucket down.
yeah, and
Always these weird little alleyways with you, isn't it?
Much quicker, why waste time?
I won't even throw a bucket of piss down these alleyways.
at which point you hear like the splashing sound of a bucket in the alleyway.
Oh, my new boots! Ugh, son of a bitch! I like mage hand them clean, like a little bit, like start scrubbing them with mage hand. Oh my god, it's so gross.
Doesn't really come off, but you know, like it will go away with time. Hopefully, you don't have predigestation, which cleans things. Anyway,
They're never going to be fully clean now. Black lights are going to see them clearly.
Yeah. So we get to Markin and
all right, yeah, you knock on the door, and you know he kind of opens up. It's like early, you know, it's like 9 a.m. once again after breakfast, and he kind of opens up, having some food in his beard. He like has like this thin, thick beard, like a very nice mustache that he keeps. Not like curly yet, but it's like very prominent on his face, and like it's like some food in it. Like he kind of is still trying to get it out. He clearly is just or still busy with breakfast. As he kind of looks at you, well, good morning. As he sees you guys and guides you in.
yeah. Liara's brought some of the Yeti bacon with her, and she's like, perhaps you want to try. This is the beast which the furs came from, and she kind of hands him a bit of Yeti bacon.
A big chunk of meat. Like,
Yeah.
He just kind of eats it, right? Like just consumes it immediately, and it's like it's quite chewy. It's quite chewy. It's like it's a good chew.
Tough, yeah.
So as you guys are trying to start conversation, he's just still chewing.
Yeah. So I guess she goes round to the back of Strong Walker and like taps him and starts to untie the furs off his bag or whatever he's got with him.
Yep.
And she lays them out as best she can so that it looks really nice.
As you see, we have a great deal of the Yeti fur here, and I would like to. Well, now that you see that we have your product, I would like to ensure that you have the money.
Yeah, so she's laying it out so it looks really nice, but without making it look like that. Can't do like a sleight of hand.
Like you could try, but he's going to inspect it anyway. You know he's going to inspect it vigorously anyway because it's quite a bit of money. You can try to like fool him at it to begin with. You can definitely try.
I mean, yeah, let's get like the initial thing to get a good reaction, and then we'll see what we can do. So he's chewing away, and I'm like, "Hey, look, it's great."
All right, so he kind of, he kind of looks at he's kind of like hopeful. You see, like, that looks, starting to look good. So it was a Yeti. I see.
White fur, 4 limbs, horns, the like. Yeticus, Huticus,
I hope it didn't.
It was huge. It was twice the size of the Goliath. And then the Goliath came in. Actually, hold on 1 second. I'll tell you the whole story. And I'm going to start unclipping the loot case and then turn around and be like, if you'd like, I could tell you the story.
It's pretty wonderful. We heard it the whole way back.
The song is quite good.
Yes, this is a great idea. Please.
While you eat your bacon, I'll play you a nice morning tune to get your day off to a lovely start.
He gives you like this cheeky smile. Like that would be most sweet, darling. But we're here for business after all.
And you don't want to hear the arduous task that these fine men went through to save to save the skin and peel the thing off of this huge hair creature. It was quite impressive, I must say.
Yeah, it's clearing her throat into men.
I mean, these fine people.
And like you can hear him like in chuckle, like he tries to like suppress a chuckle mark. All right, so let me take a look, and he kind of expertly starts to go over the fur, and he immediately sees some of the problem spots, right? The holes where the javelin stabbed, and he kind of looks like the places that have like some like thick dried up blood, and he kind of like he kind of mumbles to himself, and then he starts to get to the sides where normally like these where like it starts to like kind of like unravel. Because that's where the scraps were cut from, because the arms and the legs were very difficult to do properly. And you kind of like, if you are looking at his face, he's like, you can just see his hopeful mood kind of like,
Mort stands up from the chair and like moves around to this guy's side of the table, like places a hand upon like around his shoulder, and is going to cast Charm Person.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, it's a horrible idea.
Okay.
Go ahead, cast Charm.
That's a DC of 13. Because my charisma is a normal amount.
Okay. So it's a DC...
Or intelligence. Intelligence is a normal amount.
It's a DC 13. What does Charm do exactly again, guys? I've experienced Charm once before, and it led to a siege of the city.
It's a Wisdom save.
Yeah. That's true.
And does so with advantage if you're, or blah, 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 that doesn't count. If it fails the same throw, it's charmed by you until the end of the turn, and do your companions do anything harmful to it, the charmed creature regards you as a friendly acquaintance. So, friends, essentially.
It knows, though, after it runs out.
Doesn't it turn hostile or something?
It knows it was charmed, after an hour. Friendship is in it. It becomes hostile.
All right. All right. He becomes charmed, like, and he's like, all right.
Now a good friend, and I like unbuckle the Plague Doctor mask and set it on the table. You see, we did a lot of things for you, and normally adventurers like me, we usually require a down payment, seeing that our lives are generally on the line, and when we return with the completed quest, you're of no promise to actually give us what the job was for. We did this one without a down payment, because me and you, we're tight. We're friends, you see. We're bros. We go back. You remember that time your like divorced wife tried to slander you through the town, and I was there when you cried. That's not true. That's a story.
Like he's starting to look quite like you're not like suggesting it. Like this is not a suggestion, but you're like essentially starting to talk really weird to him,
right?
And he's
I'm
like,
just,
starting,
I'm just like, dude. He's getting this really weird, confused look on his face.
he's getting this really weird, confused look on his face.
It's a joke. It's a joke. I kid. But of course, we're here for you. We did this because we like you. We know your reputation for the town. And, well, frankly, we believe in your leatherworking skill. Now these leathers that you have here are not the best. I'm going to be honest, because I wouldn't deceive you, would I? But this could be a promise for the future. If you give us some gold as well, we could promise you more leathers. And everything that gets returned from us on our other quests, or quests from you perhaps might lead you to more leathers for free. Or other things that we just happen to pick up, friend. These are deals that we can make. I, of course, having good relationships with other adventurers, and I like look towards Liara and like, shh. And then like, and you know, yourself, of course.
Like he kind of nods, like he understands the business talk, and he likes the assumption of future business. So, but he's still kind of like haphazardly listening because charm only makes him a friendly acquaintance, and he's a businessman, so it doesn't really override it. And he still kind of like inspects, and he still starts to see the raffles, and you know he starts kind of like taking measurements in his hands. You can see like moving his hands and such.
I'll give you these 340, 100 less than the agreed upon amount.
340. And this is the only fur you have been able to obtain?
Unfortunately, unless you include Strongwalker's hairy back, no. This is the only.
With that, I pull out the two pristinely removed horns from the Yeti, which are probably like.
Also, there's those. If you would perhaps like some homemade drinking cups.
And the other game chimes in. And if you're looking for more of that delicious Yeti bacon, just tell Eden down at the bar that I sent you.
Now, this is a deal that's well worth 340. You and I both know it. 2 drinking cups made out of Yeti horns. You can't get those quite anywhere. Those take at least 40 days of shipping.
I personally do not care for the Yeti horns, but they do look spectacular. My interest is
for free, mind you.
Well, if it's for free, then by all means, I will not object.
Unless we're friends, you see.
More like friendly acquaintances, Mort. As it kind of looks, but yeah, like I did mention that the quality of this fur had to be in a somewhat better shape to receive full payment. Like with the scraps, I might be able to fashion something, but it's gonna impact the end result, the quality of the product, which makes sense. I hope to you guys. So I'll tell you what. Oh, holy shit! I'm picking up fucking Brad. Hold on. I will tell you what. We'll give you indeed 340. 340 sounds good.
340. We'll
340.
throw in the horns. We'll throw in some meat. These scraps are yours, of course, and we will spread the word of your leatherworking skills around town. 340. And I like look towards the party like 340, 340, and Chitin, you agreed to what, 50?
I'll wait, and I'll look to Liara and then look to
Mort. Give
Mort.
him
40?
his share. Mort.
It'll
Oh,
be an equal share.
apparently this man is quite more intelligent than his race would have you believe. 340 is agreed, and I like hold out my hand.
All right, 340 it is, and he gives you a handshake. And he takes the horns as well. And he starts kind of like looking at them and maybe finding a way to perhaps imbue them within the pattern, maybe as shoulder pads or perhaps a part of the hood or something to make it look more, more badass. Because they're quite large horns, right? Like there's a massive curve. They're quite sharp as well. So he kind of like gives you this pouch. Like it has like 340 gold in it. And he, well, pleasure doing business. Absolutely pleasure doing business with you. I might be able to fashion a solid piece of work out of this. It is said that the Yeti's fur is extremely resistant against cold, against the cold weather and such. Maybe if I work hard on it. He kind of starts mumbling under his breath. Might be able to pull something out of here. Thank you once again.
know your skills.
Yeah.
You can do it.
If you wish to see the finished product, come back in perhaps in a couple of days and.
That's actually a really good point. Could you perhaps give us a teaser of what you are working on?
A tease? Well, I just got the material. How could I tease?
What are your thoughts? What are you thinking?
Well, I'm thinking, especially, I was thinking more of like a very large, stylish cloak. Unfortunately, the fur is somewhat limited in that. So I'm thinking a more traditional, more function over form cloak. Very similar as, for example, that one. He kind of points to the wall and like there's massive like bear, some bear cloaks, some some wolf cloaks and such. Very similar to that. However, since this material is somewhat rare, there might be now it might be more fitting to wear against cold. So we'll see. We'll see how it works out. It's always kind of
Perhaps you could make some matching gloves. Make a set of it. They
Well-
don't get turns though. And she just stares at Mort.
I just like stare back with like the dumb face, like.
Like Market is also kind of confused. What? Well, I don't think I will be able to make gloves out of it. But who knows? If I get lucky and I find a way to have some leftover fur, perhaps. But the idea right now is a cloak that should fashion quite expertly at resisting cold and such. So, but yeah, like I said, come back in a couple of days. We'll see how far I gotten. I will get to it today.
Should you need help, give me a call. I can at least carry
A call?
Frequently split the coins into 4 piles. And she takes one pile and just hands it straight to Kite and she says, for your coin purse.
Kyton puts some in his coin purse, then some in a sock, then some in a special pocket that he's got in his cloak, then some in a hidden pocket in his loot case, some in his chest, all around. Not just going to keep it all in one place. No way.
Chucks it into her bag.
Yeah, likewise.
All right. Yeah, gold gets spread around.
85 each, right?
Yeah, 85 gold each. As you guys
I will
continue...
probably not speak for the rest of the episode for the record, just because that's
Dumbfounded.
most definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, like Caden has never held this much money in one go, so he's quite fucking thrilled. As you guys are leave Marcon, and let me know when that spell drops. By the way, Mord.
It's an hour after we.
Yeah. So time continues. Like, what do you guys do? We have some time left, so.
As we leave, actually, can I sort of slap Marcon on the back and just be like, just remember it wasn't me that put the moojus on you, and then just skitter out.
Moojus?
Yeah, I'm just gonna like nod and walk out pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
The only other one who kind of understands probably that he did a little verbal somatic material components thing there.
Yeah.
Curiously, I rolled a I don't know if perception would have been the right thing for me to discern, but I had rolled I'd rolled perception back when that was going on to see if he knew that he was like pulling tricks on him, because he may or may not even know if he was under any like thing.
No, you would have had to call that out. You would have had to call that out because I didn't.
I just didn't want to interrupt at the time, so.
I just figured we all saw Mort do something because he cast a spell, right? And it's not just like he just magically cast a spell; he has to do stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so
It's just the whole VSM thing. So I figured we just all saw him blatantly go, "Hoogada-ba."
if it's that obvious, then never mind.
I mean, I would have done it subtly, because if I had done it like that, like he would have known, regardless.
Yeah, Mark was focused on the furs anyway to make sure it was of good quality. But yeah, he will know. Like if you know the spell, he will know that he was it. And we'll see how that gets retaliated. If there is any retaliation.
Mort definitely wants to go for the first time after hearing the news slowly spread through the town. Mort wants to go see Davrick, even though obviously Davrick's dead, but So is Davrick burned or is he?
He's burned, yes.
Burned and
Is
sent
he?
off.
Is he in the? Is he in the church?
No, he was
No,
burned
I was sent off to see
Viking
burned.
style.
Oh yeah, he was burned. Okay, like sent off. So Mort probably spends the rest of the night up until like way early in the morning. He probably meditates even like at the edge of the sea, looking out to Davrick. He takes like 2 gold pieces and like would have placed them in Davrick's eyes, but he tosses them into the sea, and he spends his night meditating on the seaside when Davrick has died.
I'm gonna shed a tear. 2 gold for his homie.
Liara's gonna head down and visit Anna just so she can just to kind of visit her for the day and kind of give Anna an update on how she's feeling.
All right.
The past couple of days, woken up and feeling all right. So just so Anna can like have a feel around the magical vibes as well, and
All right.
see how things are going.
Yeah, as you like, you know, during the day, as you try to get to Anna's place, you knock on the door. She's not present. She's not in her place as you arrive. You don't know where she is, but she's currently not at home, if you will.
Well, if she wasn't there, then she'd probably stop by and just to check and see if she's with Eve, and even if she isn't there, just to fill in Eve that the group had taken care of the Yeti problem.
All right.
So many people down the docks have been talking about it, just so she can put people at ease when they come and see her and all the rest of it.
Yeah, all right. And as you approach Eve's place, you can hear some chatter inside the house as you approach. Do you knock on the door?
Yeah, sure. Knock
Right.
on the door.
And the door opens after a couple of seconds, and you are now head first with Radulf in the door opening. And he just kind of looks at you, and he just immediately, like, after realizing who it is, just kind of steps aside and lets you in, not even saying a word. He just kind of growls.
She doesn't say anything either. She just heads straight towards, straight to Eve, and just says, "Just to fill you in, some of the people down by the docks have they expressed some concern about a large beast they'd seen up near the mountains. We've taken care of it. It is dead. And also, have you seen Anna?"
You can, like, as you say that, you see Anna sit next to her. They were clearly in discussion of the stones and such. She has brought a few there on the table, and they're discussing clearly recent events.
She was just that distracted by trying to ignore Rudolph. She says, "Oh, Anna, when you have time, could you perhaps stop by the tavern? I've been feeling much better the past few days, but of course I want to keep an eye on things."
So he gives you a nod, and yeah, I'll be done here in an hour or so. Yeah, you know where to find me afterwards. Otherwise, I will certainly look into the tavern or come by.
Yeah, come by. I will buy you lunch.
Most
You can
certainly.
eat.
Well, I'll take you up on that.
And she just kind of gives them both a nod and turns and
Just
doesn't give Rudolph a second look.
you're extremely awkward. Like you're actively trying to avoid Radulf. Like it's like at this point, as you try to turn around, and as you turn around, and you know you're making like everybody can feel like this sense of awkwardness, this tension, and Eve is like, "Liara, is everything okay?"
Oh, I'm still just a little injured. That's all. Anna has been helping me.
Make a deception check.
Yeah, she is just trying to divert as best she can.
Yo.
Well, I need to make a quick check for something. Because I'm not sure if they are proficient with that or not. In before natural 20 or something, right? Hold on. God damn it. I can't find it. Where are the sorcerers? Let's see. Ranger. Ah, there you are. They get... No, okay. No, it's a wisdom check. Never mind. No, okay. She kind of looks at you, well, stay healthy. You're no good to me when you're dead.
She gives a nod and says, I'll try my best.
Right.
Anna, I shall see you for lunch.
Anna gives you a cheerful nod.
Mm-hmm. It's like super awkward. It's like when you're out with your friends and one of their ex-girlfriends are there.
Yeah.
Is that like really awkward? Like, they're ignoring each other and trying to pretend to be honest, but yeah, you know this.
You literally cut the awkward tension with a knife. It's just like sliding through the air. Yeah.
Yeah. So she just leaves, and if Rudolph's in the way, then
All right.
gets nudged out of the way or whatever. Yeah.
All right. Is there anybody else that does anything for the day, or is it just a relaxing day?
Free.
I was just heading back to the tavern. I was gonna go talk to Eden quickly.
All right. About?
Yeah. So anyway, I guess I going through the door. I guess kick the snow off my boots before I enter, and still you can see probably traces of blood still on me, and like I've just been healed, but I've still been bloodied up. But anyway, I go on in, and do I see the jug of ale that I had left on the bar prior to, or has that been removed, or?
That's been placed in like the stock in one of the shelves. That's where it's been placed behind the bar.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious where that was. I'm just gonna head right upstairs and like I'm gonna take all the war paint off, like scrub that down, and I'm just gonna go to bed. Actually, he's just going a little bit early.
Good long slumber, and that was it. Nobody else does anything else.
I went on a shopping spree, but it would probably be quite boring to sit and list off all the insane amount of things that he bought.
What do you buy then? Give me a quick list.
Pretty woman.
Short bow, quiver of arrows, 5 sheets of paper so that I can finish writing this song.
Mm-hmm.
A new cloak and possibly a new loot if he has any money. Maybe a house to live in. I don't know.
Well, he doesn't actually sell loots, so but he can help you repair.
Yeah, because my loot's pretty old and bad, and I don't think I probably had a lot of money to ever repair it or make it nice or anything like that.
Like he pretty much, if you give him 15 gold, so like he kind of like uses some abilities he has to fix him up.
15 or 50?
15, because like half the
15.
price. Yeah.
100%.
Oh no, wait, hold on. Like it's 35 gold pieces for a loot. Sorry. So let's say, yeah, just keep it 15. 15 gold pieces to fix up your loot. You can see him like use some magic that you are not familiar with. You don't recognize it. It's outside of your school of magic. It's divine magic, not arcana. And beyond that, yeah, you have a short bow now, indeed, which is 25 gold.
I would like to go and buy a short bow now that I'm an accomplished adventurer. I feel that a short bow would be useful because just shouting strings of insults at things can only get me so far.
Oh yeah, you actually buy one of the last short bows that they have, if not the last short bow, because they tend to sell more like crossbows and such. The owner of the stores,
crossbow, if that's
like
all they have.
It's not like they're like he has one of the last short bows, but the thing is like they don't make new ones. They tend to make crossbows for the guards because they are a little bit more reliable. Because bows itself, they require a little bit more skill. And not each guard is as skilled with a bow as... Yeah, it's just for more consistency. So, yeah, like, you can choose crossbow.
I'll take a short bow
for
the non-loading aspect.
It's 40 gold pieces total then?
Yeah, and then I'll just jot this down and add it later on.
Quick grocery list.
Paper. Yeah, I'm gonna I'll write it and then I'll add all this stuff later on.
So like one other gold piece for all the paper.
All of my purchases and stuff because he's just literally. I guess what we're seeing is like Kyton running around town with all these bags and a little chihuahua in a little handbag, probably as he's running around buying all these things. He's never had this much money. He's going to buy. Yeah, so I just want 5 more pieces of paper, which is a thing that I'm probably going to have him buy like a lot, just because I'm going to be like using them.
Yeah.
To write the adventures in song and stuff, and then he's going to give them out and stuff.
Okay.
Not necessarily give them out, but like learn. And a hot meal for himself because he is homeless.
Now you do have like you have the home.
I have this little home.
Like you have like the home, the family home, essentially the home that was once of your parents. And you've been able to like smooth talk your way, considering you have 5 charisma. You have been able to like smooth way your way to like being able to keep ownership of it, and that's one of the few reasons why you still work as hard as you do to be able to like being able to afford it and all that stuff. But yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
I'll pay up the rest of my rent debt for the last 4 years as well. And yeah, I guess like. In general, that'll be all. If I think of anything else, I'll do it next time I'm on.
Yeah, so that's a total of, let's say,
come back
like a 40. Like that's a total like a 45 gold pieces, like straight up spent. Or like you also bought arrows and a quiver, right?
Yeah.
You don't. I think you don't have to actually buy a quiver, right? You do. It's 1 gold piece. Let's say 50 gold pieces. Then you have everything covered. Including a very nice, like some large like meal and like some good drinks set for the day. All right, you have lived today as a king.
So yeah, he's gonna sort of get some like whatever's the most expensive meal in town, the best meal he can get, fill his belly up, shore up all of his debts, buy himself a short bow because he's now kind of really interested in going out again. He's gonna carry on doing what he did before, keeping his ear to the ground. He's never going to just like whip the quest off of the board himself, but he'll definitely be like around. And then, spend a couple of days writing and finishing this song so that his first adventure is spread out around the world and they all hear.
Yeah, like
Kyton
perhaps,
Vale and his compatriots.
Yeah, you very well may end up, being the source of what has happened outside the walls. But you know that a lot of individuals are curious, but their fear is vastly greater than their curiosity. So if somebody does come back, like during the nighttime especially, they don't mind hearing a story or two. And if there's a bard singing one, more.
That's the plan. Yeah.
All right.
To earn a little bit of fame for Kyton and his friends, as well as just more money than he has ever seen, and still has more money than I know what to do with, let alone him.
Sounds good. And I think with that, we'll finish today's session then of just a good old-fashioned... Oh, apparently I broke my game. There we are. Of a good old-fashioned D&D kill quest. Love it.
Oh, yeah.
All right. I have to calculate some experience. So in the meantime, let's do some shout-outs. Starting with Bobby.
No worries. What's up, everybody? I'm Ironchefbobbyflail, variety / Grand Theft Auto streamer here on Twitch. Every time I do the shout-out, it's like a slightly different answer, but
you're back to variety, so that's nice.
Yeah, well, I played a different game there the other day, but it's still pretty much like I think it was Grand Theft Auto. I think
you can't say a different game.
No,
your main game is Grand Theft Auto.
I played XCOM 2 the other day, but that was that was a while ago. But I play other games sometimes. If you want to watch more of myself, I stream early in the day at Ironchefbobbyflail on Twitch, at Ironchefbob on Twitter, and that's me. Can't wait to smash some heads in and get some more stories wrote about my main man Strongwalker.
All right, Mort.
What's up, guys? I'm Swargula. I'm Mort, and I'm always happy to be here. I'm so happy to be here, and I was super excited. One of my main reasons for jumping in specifically today was Bobby, this beautiful man playing a brand new character. I really wanted to be there for his new character's first time because he had played Davrick for so long. And I was like, okay. I know Bobby died last session, so I gotta be there. Also, Brad, who is bottom left of me, probably this way, to be honest. I know of Brad for a long time. He's been a long time streamer. He's super cool. His shit is super awesome, and I was super excited to jump in this as well. When I saw that he was going to be in this as well, I knew it was going to be
Thanks, man.
great. And there are other people that are interested in this that I'm not going to give names, but for all of you guys watching, they're good. They're amazing. It's going to be wonderful, and I'm super jacked. Not that I dislike Zcotticus or Wax Steven, but I play with you guys a lot.
Good way to start fucking the statement.
Yeah. But no, it's always a goddamn pleasure, and the chat is always phenomenal. And I'm Swargula. I do like D&D stuff, and tomorrow apparently I scheduled a show where I need to I'm basically like interrogating someone about how they prep for games as far as like role-playing games go. And he's a member of Math Squad. I'm going to be interrogating him, and I'm usually pretty hard on people. So I might make him cry, but that's happening tomorrow. I'm very scared.
Right.
That's it for me.
Right, which brings us to the new guy, the new face in a familiar place.
Me, the new guy. Thanks again, Ace, for letting me play. It was awesome, and you guys are all great. This was really fun. So I know I'm so so noobish and like showing up and being like, so do I know if this thing has happened and do I have a house? Kind of thing. But it was it was super fun, and thanks for letting me jump in. Hopefully I didn't butcher the Irish accent too much.
Be fine. Be fine, lad.
Yeah, it was. I was potentially gonna go kind of posh with him, but I was like, he's a bit of a street urchin, so I'll go with Irish, which I don't know if that's a bit rude, but they sound a little bit more like, hey, let's have an Irish jig and sing a song.
That's true though.
But yeah, it was super fun. So thanks again, and if you want to see me DM some games, I normally DM Wednesdays with a bunch of other streamers around Twitch, and then a few more sort of home games with like my friends. My girlfriend plays in one on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays usually. UK time 6 p.m. So you can head over to Brad Woto, and I'll be there. Other than that, I'll see you next time I show up on this. If I ever do, Ace might be like, "Fuck that guy, he sucked." It was already sending me messages. I've got like 5 DMs from Ace being like, "Can you just leave halfway through this game, please? Your Irish
you must respect the Irish.
I'm hurt. I am hurt. Your 5 charisma won't save you now, bitch.
That's all. I just don't want to presume. Be like, I'll be back, haha, you know, and then I never show up again because everyone's.
No, let me put it this way. We'll talk after. We'll talk.
Yeah.
After.
But thanks. It was super fun. Thanks again.
All right, and then Zcotticus.
Hey everybody, I hope you enjoyed this week like you enjoyed all the other weeks. I know you did. I see the tweets and the comments on the YouTube video that I go back and check even though I was in it. I still go back and look at the YouTube video. It's just a thing, you know. If you want to hang out with me more, I stream every day but Friday from 4 p.m. Scotland time, which is 5 p.m. Central European and 11 a.m. US Eastern. I play a bunch of video games generally and talk about my life as a crazy person and talk about my life as a crazy person and laugh, you ruined it. I was going to say it again, but yeah, I have so much fun playing as I love doing it. And make sure you guys follow all these other people. They were great fun playing with them here. I've checked out a few of their streams. I'll need to check you out sometimes, Brad. But everybody else is cool. Well, certainly. So make sure you go click on all the streams, click all the follow buttons, follow them on Twitter, and come back here next week and hang out with who happens to be in the game.
All right.
Over to you.
Yeah.
Ace.
All right. So as I was saying, I calculated experience. It's about 300 experience for everybody. So Bobby and Brad should be level up. They should be level 2. I'm not sure about Liera and Mort.
Not quite yet. I'm
okay.
200 away from a level up.
So that,
level up bell
Wait,
has rung.
300?
yeah, 300.
Yeah,
Yes.
300. Yeah.
If
Alright.
I go and find Rodolphe and we have like wacky, wild, crazy makeup sex, can I get 200 XP?
No. No.
What if I like make a doll of Rodolphe and have sex with it? I post a video online. Can I get 200 XP?
No.
He could
God,
There was a
no.
hesitation.
There
on
was
that
a
one.
slight
There was
hesitation.
definitely
No,
a
there was a hesitation because I had to, like, you know, swallow my vomit back down again.
Every week.
No,
He hesitated
no.
vomiting.
He did.
Oh, I hesitated in my vomit? That's your reasoning? Really?
No
Yeah.
hesitation.
D&D, guys. Serious. All right. Anyway, 300 experience. Beyond that, make sure to indeed hit those follows up. I put them, just linked them up once again in the chat, so make sure to follow them. Follow me as well if you like what I do here. I also have a variety cast, a daily show, 7 days a week, assuming I'm not sick. Beyond that, yeah, we'll be back next week. Same day, same time. 3 p.m. PST, give or take. Give or take. And then beyond that, I'm going to wish you guys all a great night. Thank you so much for coming out. I really do appreciate it. It has been an absolute fucking blast once again. And hopefully we'll see you next week. Yeah? Good day. Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
See you, everyone.
See you later. Goodbye.
Oh, God.